And you could, in my opinion, legitimize cryptocurrency overnight if MetaMask or another company like it, like this Rabbi company or whatever, put together what actually is happening in clear terms for you. That's a game changer. I don't. I just don't understand what. Wow. Absolutely. Definitely. Well, I'll use that wallet just because of the name, and well, more importantly, they have seemingly a better system. Like, hey, we're going to tell you that you're getting scammed before you do this. Are you sure you want to do this? Right. And to me, for MetaMask not to do that is malicious on their part. It would be like we're going to start our own company and we're going to make it really, really simple to do everything. However, at the most crucial part, when you get your receipt, we're going to make the receipt really, really complicated. It's like, well, why don't we just make it a simple itemized receipt? No, 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 no. That's too fucking easy. We want to make the receipt so fucking complicated that many of our customers are going to be confused and some of them are going to be flat out scammed. Hey, oh, perhaps, perhaps even trillions. Right. I mean, when you think how many people, I mean, have just lost old school Bitcoin just randomly, that's just been gone. It's a lot of people. Right. It can happen to anyone. That's exactly right. I mean, what, scamming people? Yeah, many of them. 2,700 pages of it within the Talmud. They're just different stories of people who. It's kind of like buyer beware, and make sure to ensure that you make sure that those witnesses um, uh, are going to be available. It goes. It. I mean, for at least like for hundreds of years ago, its teachings in many ways are still accurate today, particularly when it comes to business. And I would say that it's really just about common sense. Of course, there's nothing about smart contracts in it, but it's basically I would say um, common like it's what you would think would be common sense. Like make sure that you take the correct measures before you enter into any type of business agreement with anyone. But in this case, with cryptocurrency, it seems to me like the the absolute the absolute like biggest issue in it is the lack of transparency when a transaction is going to take place, and that's to me on MetaMask and all those other companies. Like, show me the smart contract, that's fine, but then just give me a basic breakdown of what's going to happen. I understand that. Hey, just one moment, GB. I got somebody yelling at me in the Discord. I gotta tell them shut the fuck up.
very gratified. Anyways, thank you. Tonight's lecture on Ibn Gabriel is dedicated by Kay wants to honor her grandfather who always told her to look it up, by Mr. Ramilo Matos, and by Barb and Kellen Malika in memory of Lou and Jenny Erwin. As I mentioned to you in a previous class, all of our lectures are actually subscribed. We've got people given to be donated to the Swedish Scholarship Fund for the lectures. But what I especially like is the fact that people are supporting the overall scholarship fund, which is amazing. Have a more anonymous grant for $101. So we're now at $10,245, and we've got 2 weeks left to hit $100,000. So somehow, I also want to give a special thanks to the who came last week. Crowd. There's a lot of that was consumed, a lot of cookies and things like that. And I think we had a meeting and talked about my new is selling well. They show that many people are appreciating it and the readers who will enjoy it. Also, more having another book in the 5 pounds, so Island, Kristallnacht, of course, a very important date in the history of the Holocaust, and speaking about the new book in that context, and welcome you to come on out and or send your friends in the 5 towns come see it. Okay, so let's go to the material. First of all, I want to say something general, and I have to say I'm a little embarrassed about this. You know, I have a PhD, and I've been teaching Jewish history for like 30 years now, and I always pronounce our subject's name wrong until about 3 weeks ago. Someone pointed out to me it's not Gabriel, it's Gabiro or Gabiro. I put the I in the wrong place. So I changed everywhere that I ever spelled it wrong, but it's even Gabiro, Gabrio. I was like, a rabbi, myself, humiliated because it's considered of my sins for young kids. Anyway, look at even subject for example, who lived around Trump's life. Of course, the rest are the period that we've been on for the entire semester looking at Al-Andalus, and we will continue with Al-Andalus right up until a couple more weeks, and then we're going to look at Spain up until 1492. The dates are roughly 1021 to 22 is born in Malaga, and then he died in Valencia, although he spent most of his life in Saragossa, kind of central to Valencia. His life is rather short. Some debate exactly when he died, but likely he died before the explain death before the 40th of the month. He's tremendously prolific. He refers in his own writings to having authored 20 books. Ironically, 2 of them survived, and one of them was missed. As a child, found a and and he regarded really fantastic in society, poetry, but he had always an offer to attend to his poems and customers for his poems. He's not well loved. Known to be classical of that era, focused on kind of responsibility that was very talented, brilliant, tremendous delivery, all fantastic for his poetry and for his philosophy, but they found his personality very difficult. Even the Ibn Ezra has some things to say about that. We'll see in a second. it's alone. He was never able to marry. Won the hot relationship with a
Yo, dog, do you like George Michael?
more curious one to keep him at arm's length. Also, the national bank is philosopher as far as the were concerned, and his anger always got the better of his understanding. Unable to control his temper.
Lord Dobbs. What did I say? Sugar pie honeymoon. Yeah. You know that I love. Like, how old do you think this woman is? Like 75 years old. Hopefully. No, they can't hear the music. Oh, dude, it's like fucking.
When my anger is roused, the heavens rumble
Forrest
with
Gump.
my thunder. I am not like men who speak mellow words of vows and stability. Sense of there's some fire burning there in his personality. I guess that's where it comes from. Here's my favorite though. Check this out. My light
Take care of
is
your feet.
diffused through the world.
Vietnam landing. When they land. Helicopter.
If I love you, you're one of my friends. I'll do anything for you. I'm like dirt between your feet. Ask whatever you want. I will do it for you. Dust goes faithful. You won't find a more loyal or true associate than I. But to my enemies, I am a sky raining fire on their heads. And this is in a letter he writes to his former friend. Now that you have failed me, I untie the bonds of friendship. I've blocked them from my speech and will never mention it again. This person you don't want to cross, you can see why he was regarded in rather negative ways. You get a sense of his personality from just the snippets of the kinds of things he wrote about. It's ironic. Let's go
Here we
straight
go.
to the mistaken
Viet
identity
fucking
because
Nam, kids. I
it's
remember asking my mom, why do they call it Viet fucking Nam? I want to call it Viet fucking Nam. She's like, you can't call it that. Because Roberto, tell all those little bitches, this is what we're doing. You gotta take care of your feet and wax your gums so they could get caught on a tripwire, all this shit. No, dog, the whole thing. I need the whole fucking thing. Give me it. Here you go. Somebody's got their shit together because everybody else sucks. Oh, come on. Man, raise the flag. That red, white, and blue. When the man says, hey, they're putting in a it ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't Senator's son. No. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one. Every time you know that I love you. Help myself. I love you. Nobody else.
I'm the source of life. After that, awesome. I can cover versions by a well and things like that. That's the way that without realizing you've done. General in Arabic,
Naomi Campbell has a figure on her kids.
that is not the case.
What's this bitch's name? Evangel? Something?
Another line, another line, at least nice. Follow examples by Sergeant Allen. You form detailing grammar. Again, something primarily
I like my version more. Where I'm like, hey, Rebecca, I'll get your slutty.
well, it has been adopted to the young drummer liturgy for surprising. Very well. It goes acrostic, the philosophical overview of the entire universe. Planets and their forms, what they exert upon the organs of the human body and what they're all about and how God
Dog, I'm so pissed at my fucking fantasy team. They suck so much cock.
connects in a way that perfect for young kids. Let me just the beginning, the first stanza, and let me for form into the middle introduction. May this my prayer aid mankind, the path of life was to find. God, wondrous by my own an undue length sets down of all my hymns behold the royal crown. By the way, the translation masterful by the great Anglo, very important Anglo poet, novelist. Okay, so this one actually, wonderful are thy works, my soul overwhelmingly, these are hard words. Wonderful are thy works, as my soul overwhelmingly knoweth. Thine, O Lord, are the great and might, the fine furnace like thine, O Lord, is the kingdom, and thou art exalted for all. Thine are all riches and honor, thine is the witness, thou endure. Thine is the might, our thoughts can find no way, so far art thou beyond us. In thee is the veil of power, the secret and the foundation. In the I'll read a little bit of it. You hear the echoes of verses from Psalms and passages from the Bible. So all have it in strong biblical literature. Then understand our greatest illusion. So, בכל השם הגדולה והגדולה והגדולה you're familiar with direct from the liturgy from the and they really find it everything to walk great sense. So here's a passage to give you a sense of how deep personal God is. Seeing how others refer to him, how because I know that my trust is too many for me. But as a drop, well, I mentioned he was by the all all the and he is not a country as well. Perhaps I shall silence the roar of their waves and conscience. I will hear from heaven and forgive. I have transgressed I have despised thy commandments. I have abhorred my heart. With my mouth I have and I have evil. I have been presumptuous. I have passed over falsehood. I have counseled evil. I have lied, I have scoffed, I have revolted, I have blasphemed. I have been rebellious and perverse and sinful. Into my neck, loathed are and my ways from my command. But thou art just all that is come O God, my conscience falls. And I remember always
What's up, Deep I'm getting a dream.
thou hast feared not from myself, but from grace, and not by compulsion of circumstances, but by grace of God. And before I was, I know and believed in the Spirit on me. And after I came forth into the light of the world, not forsake, but Father nature. He goes down and true one of the reach the barrier being a push celebrity and being a like people like my mom who were able to
Well, tail.
even in other languages of great. Okay. Let's talk about his philosophy his Platonist, is a classic painting style of building. And this shows like Socrates is over here. Father, I'm not an historian. Why he's on the side? I don't put it like Plato, Aristotle, incredibly large influence on Jewish thought coming from the other side of the barrier. Plato is shown on the elder Aristotle. Plato and Aristotle differ in so many things. Plato is the heavens as it were, what above, and Aristotle, on the other hand, say no, first material empirical studies are what's important in science. Plato is very, see it in a beautiful, in a very profound way. Plato argued essentially that this world we live in, the material world, is essentially a pale reflection of a perfect, mathematically exact world that could not be contained within the material world. And in fact, use the term or in English forms, first mathematically perfect, not theoretical, but somehow metaphysical world of which this is a pale reflection. So, for example, Plato is thinking there is a perfect chair. There is the ideal chair which is exactly the mathematical form of what a chair should be. And all we have in this world is kind of like the attempt to approximate that ideal chair. That's kind of like if you're familiar with the children that you study philosophy when you're in or the cave where crafted chairs and of course look at the back of them. Behind them there's a fire illuminating people who are holding puppets. And so the people who are trapped to the chairs looking at the back of the cave, they see the shadows of the puppets. And because that's all they've ever seen in their life, they think the shadows are real. But were they to be released from their turn around, the shadows are only cast there by the fire and the puppets, which are more real than the shadows. If they were on to level ground, the real sun, trees, things like that, all the actual real as opposed to what is simply ephemera. It's not like the core idea of we will have to get into the next slide. Maimonides in particular, Aristotle said, no, all of this otherworldly stuff is perfect. There is no, Plato set all that stuff up. Hence, spending our time, Aristotle, it's only if you can measure it, it is. And that it's difference over empirical status of reality. And most of thought followed Maimonides as usually the Aristotelian thing, but Plato's thought also had through the Neoplatonism. Now, how does Neoplatonism fit? Good, even got Nero and his successors. So one idea, there's three basic ideas that are common to many traditions. One is that essentially there's one true being, God. There's one being that encompasses everything, and like Plato's forms, like the perfect chair, the perfect board, the perfect sunset, whatever it is, so there's one perfect in which all things are connected. However, Neoplatonism also asserts that there are other meaning there are other things that exist. Somehow, within the context of that one, I would say, aim towards the little God goes. There's nothing other than God, and yet we're not exactly chopped. We are somehow existing as well. What are the individuals and God? So these existence are somehow, and this varies from thinker to thinker, they are like emanations of the Godhead itself, as it were, like rays that come out of the sun or sparks or the flames, the soul being godly in some nature, not God itself, but participating of God in some way. But the second basic Platonic idea, the third idea is that are caused by radiation from the one, and the things which are caused long to return to the source. In other words, like the Jewish God, the soul lives in heaven, and then the soul is sent down into this world to accomplish some task, and then one day to return to God. That's a basic sort of overview of Neoplatonic thought. You can see it in many Jewish, Christian, and Muslim thinkers of the Middle Ages. So I would what is perhaps the most distinctive feature of his contribution to scholastic thought. Again, his thought primarily pervades in Christian ideas. He's not really, deeply influenced Jewish ideas. Something called hylomorphism. Hylos humus in Greek means wood or matter, homer, and morphism is the idea of sura or form, matter form. For Rabbi matter is kind of like the essential emanation of God. All creation is created by God, like from stage of creation, but formless, like we say in Bereshit. If you will, tohu vavohu, void of form. God's will that is takes on form. In other words, just like wood, it's obviously a tree, but if you kill the tree by cutting it down, then it's a block of material that does not have a function. By the application of my will, that I make it into a wood or into cheap looking flooring, or I make it into a sculpture, whatever it is. My will makes it into a morsel.
Motherfucker just come around throwing West Sides up.
All related. Now, some around kind of the first millennium, and he is essentially writing commentary on the Bible. He's acceptable but occasionally he kind of goes off the derrick and goes off the reservation with some of his ideas, following certain instruction or changing their meaning in such a way that the rabbinic world is not comfortable with the Bible. So the Bible becomes a core commentator on the Bible for early Christians and for the like among the commentators like and they heavily philosophy, but now he also, besides his message, talks about the large idea of God, how do we relate to God, this kind of esoteric idea. Also, topic that's much more germane for English, and that's the ethics. If you look at this, it's all about construction theory. Is how these humans are really important. was exactly my life. In this complicated book, into a very detailed analysis of how the state of the universe actually determines how we should perceive our own character. Now, I don't know how good you are. So the sense of how it all together. It's ironic that you did not read the metaphysics in which Shakespeare because the metaphysics really makes it all, put into a larger pattern, but we kind of want to stick to the shape how we're supposed to do it. So he basically talks about 10 different amigos and how they relate to the elements of humor, kind of also based on and trying to figure out how we can sort of position ourselves in the overall bottom level. You've got tranquility, she's an activist book. We only know this word, I only know because of the opposite ways characteristics are I like all they kind of are all about coolness. And if you look at the top, I like the perspective that we have pride, events, wide awake, cowardice, but that's like the opposite set of characteristics, really with the opposite of temperature. Over here you have nervousness. If you're nervous, you have valor, liberality, and goodwill. And if you're pride, then you have wrath, jealousy, negativeness, also, and hard-hearted. And this, the whole map, which is essentially talks about how if you have a certain kind of personality that is towards, let's say, dryness, which is highly associated with elements, black doll, in terms of for humors, then you can definitely work on another little on lightness. Light color, water in there, and that can sort of like put you over this side. But try to avoid getting too cold in it on that. Understand matter and how to align it form which you balance the ethics and what you find is something poetic. Almost all of the poetic expression which I am a philosopher first and a poet second. I want to find out. Okay, so let's look at some of these quotable again because these ideas, it's expression of poetry, and they translate well. It doesn't sort of the truth is if you look at the real, the opposite end of poetry. Perhaps besides the understand and he would see the Latin translation that this kind of talk he does not have anywhere near the place. Nevertheless, personality the test of good manners is to be patient with bad ones. Very nice. Again, ironic in the sense of associated Ezra has to say about this, but useful. And even Gabriel also the photograph. If you want to keep something concealed from an enemy, don't disclose it to your friend. remember when I was studying in England, they told me there's something called an Oxford secret. There's an Oxford, apparently an Oxford secret is something you only tell one person at a time. It's obviously not a secret at all. You want to consider, don't you put it to your head. Okay, here's another one. Wise man's question contains half the answer. From the question itself, you understand half of what's going on. And then finally, okay, man is wise only while in search of wisdom. Imagine he has attained it, the fool. But yeah, that's kind of that quality to it. I agree. Okay, so it turns out that even with my jokes, I spoke a little bit faster than I we come to the conclusion that we are character. He died very young, common across the sky. His poetry to write at a very young age, phenomenal on the religion, particularly Sparta. His philosophy, ironically, basically lost Jewish thought for about 900 but was picked up by the scholastics, most notably Thomas Aquinas, and it is the issues of thinking that far his capture on the nevertheless, the value of it is extremely powerful. God expressed in Malcolm, other poems, continues to influence literature today. Next week, we have a figure who is really large in the Muslim universe. Look at Dr. Buddha, who was also a contemporary of Ibn Kabira, that lived roughly the same time, and they lived in the same city in Zaragoza. All of them from each other, but Dr. is known as very the obligations of the heart, tremendous class of looking forward to learning. Thank you very much. First of all, privately, edit one first time was kind of cool. I just got an email today, a shout out if you're watching it right now, from a Spanish publisher who wants to translate some of my stuff into Spanish. I'm not going to divulge anything like that yet. Okay, next week, fantastic lecture on this document. Almost a problem. Oh my god. Thank you very much for coming. Have an amazing topic. I know about these things for a long time, but I never get around to studying them. Until I go to class. Oh, that element going to look at incredible Rabbi Rothschild, also known as the Hayek. We'll talk about his pronunciation shortly. Who's the author of a classic, very pioneering work, Proverbs of the Bible, Keys of the Heart. Very important work that I hope I can say I have to start with a quote. Last was not so successful. I think I had fun, but when I viewed them again, I ended up much of the like the jokes, privilege, the rest not getting them. Let's try this. Actually, that I told him 4 times, never met. I have to say, probably one of my. I just don't want to. So it goes like this. You have to understand the cultural background. I call it town. Town in Ashkenazi cultural mythology is a town that is filled with food. There are all kinds of jokes and stories about Helm that are sometimes uncomplimentary, sometimes strange kind of burst of wisdom, like the famous joke, the bonus joke, not the one our clients tell, about the Helm family is sitting around the breakfast table one morning, and the father is getting his breakfast and he drops a piece of bread on the floor, and they look down and he's shocked. He calls everyone twice over the land, butter, my gosh, drop the bread. They decide to go talk to the rabbi. Whenever deeply troubling like this, rabbi went to the rabbi, and the rabbi said, "You sure?" He said, "Yes, we all saw it. We found the witnesses. Not related to the book." So the rabbi goes into the library home and he pulls out all the home, Talmud, and all that. Never answer. Meanwhile, the entire special is kind of gathered around the rabbi's house, heard this amazing thing, and they don't know what does it mean. Is it a messianic sign or something? Finally, the rabbi emerges from his study. What is it? You uttered the wrong sign. Maybe I'll save the other jokes later. So tonight's topic is Rabbi Rothschild. Absolutely amazing topic. Creative and foundational thinker that
Not what I said though. I just like to get plugged.
our lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor who is, our students for Rosh Hashanah, which is the Hebrew term for a complete healing for Mordecai and healing. Another very kind of cool piece of information. On the internet audience, I'm going to put a little kind of thing at the end of this lecture with more. I delighted to lead a tour into physical and riverboat tour that's going to go from the shoreline of Portugal into Spain. It has all kinds of road trips on the side. Really, it looks cool. Also, very important welfare. Next week, I have parent-teacher interviews. So that is a very high priority. I love learning history with all of you. I got to make sure that for my teacher interview. Not because I really want to, but my wife will kill me. But it's really important, obviously. So next week, we won't have a lecture here. I'm going to send out something on the internet in advance, so we have a mailing list. Next one. And here's one last thing, welfare thing. This is in this audience. I'm and things like that. I turn on my YouTube and I look at the comments and I try to respond to some of them. Every now and then, about 5% of the comments are really nasty. YouTube does a really good job of the ones that are really offensive, but sometimes they get through and then it kind of ruins my day for about 15 minutes. One bothers me a little bit. This one was last week. I've wiped out the name. It says, since most United States rather dinos, and I looked that up, only, and it's part of a darn complicated accent that they descended from the Khazars. They're not really Khazars are leftist. They hate history and are constantly trying to revise it. This makes it doesn't matter how much. Go online and deal with people like this. Say that we don't care. We want to keep learning. We will help our students get through their undergraduate. Okay, enough doing welfare. Let's go straight to the actual material. So who was Rabbeinu Rothschild? One of the most difficult things about this particular topic is that we know very little about Rabbeinu Rothschild. In fact, are the two volumes, kind of like the classic printing of Rabbeinu Rothschild in the late century version, and this is everything we really know about him. Hardly any material about him in the medieval world. We barely know when he lived or where he lived, and most of the information that we get is based on internal literary evidence alone. Even though he was clearly a scholar, power and support, and his creativity literally started a major genre in literature, nevertheless, very little about his life. When he was born, when he died, one word, what he did for a living. Let's have a look at what we do know. Most of us interest on just the title page of this one book. Check it out. There's the Hebrew page, Torah Halavava, which is a beautiful title. The word Torah, of course, is used here in the sense of teaching. The word Torah means Torah, to instruct, of the obligation of the heart. In Hebrew, plural, like hair, plural, in English. So, obligation of the heart, what the whole book is about, is how, we'll return to this, much of Jewish literature is all about the obligation of the limbs. Where do you have to be at a certain time? What do you have to do? Where do you have to go? What do you have to eat? What do you have to not eat? It's all about the physicality. It's all about the body. Do with your body, that's the mitzvah. There's very little discussion in either way, but what do you do with your heart? How are you supposed to focus your heart? That's what we engage with, and that's the big challenge. But anyway, that's the title. Teachings of the heart. And below it is written here, Hebrew Arabic, Aram Hafsi, written in Arabic by the great and rabbi. The Arabic original is expansive. We have new translations made directly from the Arabic, although overwhelmingly we have relied on 12th century Hebrew translation that will look at in the next slide. So you know he's a great and pious rabbi. What else do we know? His name is Rabbeinu. Rabbeinu is fairly clever one. Very few people in Jewish history letters Rabbeinu, especially until the modern era. It, I think, co-opted it such that everything is Rabbeinu. But before the 19th century, the Rabbeinu was reserved for unique individuals. Like, for example, Moshe Rabbeinu, right? Moses, our teacher. So we know he's an important person. The Kaya. Now, this is the hard part. The name that we have.
Oh, that was really good.
Spelled based on Jewish. In the Kudos,
That was really good.
How to pronounce the name. Customary pronunciation is Basia, but it's not a regular Hebrew spelling at all. Basia would be like people say Basia. Some people also say it's a Cairo, which is also not exactly right. This would be a cross with you. I was exactly sure how to say it, but we have to mention. And we know that his son of Joseph, his family name is apparently Kuta, and he is finally known as Dayan, so the Bardic judge. How do we know that on the title? Which because from the 12th century time, on close to within that was on. Okay. A lot of fun. It says, Rabbi Yehuda is fascinating. One was multi-generational family translated from also six who were part of Arabic classes and almost under the period of the golden era against the wane with the Orthodox Muslim institution and cosmopolitan environment. Arabic readers are reading from including Maimonides, Yehuda Halevi, and others. Around the when Sephardic culture is in decline, now the one and children all work in Arabic and they present almost classic or the guide complex, but if you were to go going translation, amazing, very first word of Arabic literature that chose the language. My contention, I don't know where else, but my contention that he chose this over commodities, over the lady, there's so many of them. That's so aspirate. That's why it's massive. And then just to make it a little more complicated, it has modern by Princess Yehuda Lieberman. I rather typical sample page, but sort of see, and I hold up mine. There's on the top. There's a few paragraphs and one Hebrew font. Zoom in on this there, David. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So the on the top with even T1, I think you watch the find language the Arabic terms into characters with real comments. I say all these obscure philosophical terms make sense to Arabic readers, but don't make sense. They're difficult, so there's no tradition of translating one. Often by read Arabic, but do well, do and no longer because there's more words to explain the concept, but the more modern case of the 20th century class. There is also a very fine English as well as another edition online. But that's the problem is that already how we access both of people, and that's what I want to emphasize. Zaragoza also spelled with this is apparently the official spelling. It's in northern Spain, close to the mountains. We really don't know anything about him, and the fact there's huge question marks about exactly where he lived. We know certainly we have to one because he published we also noticed that there's some strong similarities in other passages between the work of Ibn Kabir that we spoke about last week. So that means one borrowed from the other, or potentially they were contemporary. Some of it kind of where we looked at the five different elements that not also been about him. The scholar Diane Lobo, who is on the second, he estimates on a Venetian fragment by as the previous generation, more or less ballpark the author around that's as close as one point. So at this point, we have to pause and have a little bit more of it. What? Why is it so? Late 19th century by Carl Schreiber. And the ice product translates that as a controversial question out of the common. A corporate omelet. What is the ice saga? It sounds like ice saga for I got a problem with you, buddy. My wife says, by the way, I sound like I'm angry. Yeah, she wants me to tone it down somehow. German is one of our secret languages that we when we want our kids to figure out what we're saying. They figure it all out. They know everything. Anyways, okay. So this is a picture my grandmother taught me to own, and I always liked it when I was a kid. Rabbis and traditions, and besides that, history moment. What exactly is Jewish philosophy? Actually, just up a little bit. What exactly is philosophy? If you look at the Greek tradition of philosophy, White has all philosophy is footnote Plato. Philosophy is basically an attempt to understand the universe, starting from no assumption, no logic, from logic premises of proposals, hypotheses, these there's all kinds of different models to try and understanding the fabric of reality. Break it up into different schools or disciplines, knowledge, medicine, like that. But ultimately, philosophy for wisdom, and that is in fact what the word philosophy is. I love. I love philosophy. And what characterizes Western philosophy, drawing from Plato, is the Socratic idea that we know nothing. In order to know anything, we must start from perhaps why undergraduate love it so much because it's like being in a sandbox and there's nothing to do after. And is it fair to say that this is with some rare exceptions of a modern I would say no. Term to it does not start from thought or more appropriately thought starts from what the Germans call foundation. premises which are like axioms that are non-negotiable, and he built from there. What does God want us to do? What is the practical outcome of understanding that? Why we found the for the material, real implications of the foundational principles of story from a student at a particular law school in the US, and it's near locally. Here in Law 1, a whole bunch of somebody they're in law school. Usually at the back of the white that. And the professor was very well known class. At the end of the class, before everyone was dismissed, I would like all of the young center to come down and speak with me privately. So after all the other students file out, 20 or so guys, she would come down, the professor says things like, listen, leave me alone, and I'll. So we have a very expensive legal certificate, but it's not just philosophy. Understand it. I'm starting to monitor it over, it's not going to still find philosophy like to start all over. Say, I'm going to tear down everything once and try to build it up and somehow. But that's not our agenda for today. What we might call philosophy. That's why I think that Homer Solomono, our because really first work that synthesizes material of internal spiritual ethical life a single study. As I mentioned earlier, we have a used to begin from verses in the Torah, application of the Bible, and then Talmud, the Rabbi discussed Kwanzaa, which is the precedent, codes, and so on, which are, by the way, codes like my Torah and so on. And that's kind of like a Jewish way of thinking about, what's the practice? What's the bottom line? How am I supposed to pay the students? But the idea of this, if that's not the material really are scattered here and there members of these that and it's overwhelmed, just like stars in the sky, but they're overwhelmed by the black. With the same kind of discipline and rigor that we speak about our work of the law is all about. I'm not going to talk about how you whether or not the chicken is kosher. I'm going to talk about how you orient yourself to God, how you focus your mind, how you should discipline with your relationship to the universe as a whole. It's deeply mystical and fascinating work, and it's new, and it starts the whole genre, which, depending on the quality that's called Musar. The whole idea of personal development starts with Thomas Level. My wife and my daughter had a little text on. By the way, use texting. The best way to have the message. Now, having an argument over the text, great, because nobody interrupts you. You have enough time to express yourself properly. You can see the other person typing. I love it. So, not rabbis, I'm speaking to you, of course, with my wife and I only disagree about once every decade. So, but anyways, my daughter, who is very Chabad here in Crown Heights, shared a piece of Torah with my wife on WhatsApp and family WhatsApp, and my wife wrote back and said, "Nice," and my daughter wrote back and said, "No, so yes, right." But it's just different words for the same kind of thing. It all starts with Chovos Bravos. It all starts with Rabbeinu Bachya, who first said, "Let's just think together about how we live spiritually as opposed to intellectually." Let's just get a little in there. Now, us is to approach this from a historical perspective. I really would like to give you the context, but from a historical perspective, if you don't know more about it, and if I don't, how do you learn how to flesh out the historical context? So you've got to do an intellectual biography on the material in the text itself, which is much harder. This is an older of the Bible with the image metaphor, which is quite symbolic of many chapters, including so.
Love watching yourself, don't you? That's why I have all these fucking cameras.
Passages from the Talmud, bringing verses from all over the Torah. But what surprised me, and uniquely Sephardic, is something that has been known for about a century, used Muslim sources as well. Specifically, Sufi, which are a group of fascinating Muslim thinkers that have a lot of ideas that resonate with Jewish values. So let's begin without any comment. I'll give you examples. Many other sources. For example, Maimonides himself, Ben Rambam, I know it sounds jarring because we live in any common vocabulary. All I do is one example. Yes, it's in the forbidden days. So the forbidden days. Let's start and I'll show you the all the things example and I'll come back to it. Here we go. Here it says Diana Lobo that I showed you earlier who wrote it. This is within a box and this area is in the 11th century of Yahya ibn Muad. It was said to Yahya ibn Muad, tell me about God. Where is he? What is he? So, by the way, this word here, Abetu, is a technical Muslim term, and I just made that up because I have a typo. Tell me about God. Tell me about God. What is he? Yahya responded, he said, God is one. What is he like? The original, how is he? What manner is he?
You could literally just watch yourself all. Yeah, but it's not all positive. I feel like I could do better. But then I just really recognize how fucking amazing I am. It really is. Shit, bro.
Yahya said, that is the description of the Creator. As for the description of the Creator, please talk like this a lot. They have a fantastic book called The Origins of Consciousness by Robert Rothschild, which plans on this, but beyond our subject. Now let's read from Rabbeinu Bachya, and I'll read the Hebrew translation. Velisha Ksatsa Chachamim al Haboreh. One of the wise was asked about the Creator. I have a feeling it's got to be about 30 or 40 passages, stories here, where one of the wise is asked, an anonymous wise person. I haven't gone through the sources, but already 100 scholarship listing all of the passages from the Sufis. I have a feeling that the unknown source probably.
And like a go sheeted through the years. Don't know my baby love me. My baby needs me. That's why we made it through the years. Like that strange lover. Worship and adore. Hey, hey, hey. All through thick and thin. My love just won't end. But love now, baby, love my baby now. My baby loves me. My baby needs me. And I know I ain't going nowhere. I was knee high to a chicken when the love bug bit me. I'm gonna still be standing there. Oh my, oh, will crumble. Outside, I still be standing there. Don't you know I was made to love her? I was made to live for her. Yeah, hey, hey, hey. I was made to live. I love this part so much. So we've gone over anti-gravity. Yep, yep, yep. Right, so long as you know that you got a chance at immortality, let's roll, girl.
We join God not in a place, but in activity. God when we look for God. That's a beautiful idea. And you don't have to take my word for it. Rabbi Rothschild likes it. And then the end of the story is the same as well. He says, Amalo Ashor, so the questioner says, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you what he was going to ask you where he was. Amalo, the wise one said, Shiotani b'milot ha'ele shmurot alamidot harud lo gavra. Sorry, below al. So you asked me with words that are appropriate for a created being. A created being can be in a place. God is not a created being, cannot be in any place. That is not his reality. Um, that's why I answered only in terms that you would understand. Because it's impossible to explain it in any other way. Here, this is just one example. of the many Sufi passages that Rothschild was bring into his work, which is indicative of a schizophrenic culture
and
and
the
the
message was
values
enough for
of the
me.
thing.
That's what I need to know.
Share whatever wisdom across their
There's something deep
eyes.
inside of me. There's someone else I got to be. And I think in the brain. I don't hope you understand. Sometimes the clothes do not make the man. All they have to do is you take these lines and make them true. All they have to do is that I don't belong, and you don't belong to me. Yeah, yeah.
And of course, especially with someone like my wife, say a chapter is traditional, I'm gonna read it. That's the first thing. I remember once bought. Sorry for sharing this, but I'm not a good word, I guess. Once bought a book on
What are the
marital
rules?
happiness. Thank God, my wife and I have been married almost 30 years now. We bought a book on marital happiness. And divided the first half was a husband, written by a husband,
Voice
David
chat.
Abramov. The second half was for wives, by his wife, uh,
Please do not idle AFK.
And so I read the married to Ayers and I asked myself, and then I came to it, she read, and I actually what section we talk about it. Instead, read the mid section, especially with all of the notes. And before reading her section, she has to, query me about why did you write that? Why did you write that? Okay, lost my train of thought. Okay, so
All right,
why is it forbidden?
I'll take it.
The main reason
Here we
it's
go.
forbidden is
Don't,
because
no idle.
think about it. If the world do trying to understand your relationship to God, and we're working in a platonic vein of starting from zero, what is the very first question you want to ask?
Don't belong.
God. I want to have a relationship with God.
Yeah, yeah.
So first chapter. And that's a very hard question to answer, even with thought. In fact, it depends what scholars tend to call negative. You expect to find God in a proper way by God. God is not limited. God is not born. God is not. God is infinite. What else can you say about it? There is no positive attribute add to God. I mean, other first chapter. The first chapter is
Showing up gangs.
not like are raised from childhood with a simple faith, and pshuta, a creator, then even opening up these kinds of questions can be very painful and difficult. Like you say, well, I never thought of that. And all of a sudden you got 5 years going off the derrick trying to figure out, got to get back to Yiddishkeit. It's a very difficult thing, and that's why most people actually leave this section alone. Similarly, the opening sections of Maimonides, that Hazakah, Mishnah Torah, the Torah, their book guide for the perplexed, all kinds of difficult books like these are kind of like adored and revered, but not studied, at least not formally. They're studied privately with the Rabbi Rothschild and so on. That's what the forbidden is all about. Now, I want to say one other quick thing about that I really find fascinating. So, how is it possible that
Oh, number one's available. See you, Sky Kirby.
could borrow which college? Today.
We have to do now. Dude, I'm so pissed at my fucking fantasy football team. Let's just look at them and shit on them. Why? Because they suck cock. They're the worst. Who really let you down? Fucking Nick Chubb, you injured cunt. Dog, give me that 2%, 1% now. I need Travis Kelce to have like 40 points tomorrow.
And if you know about the Spanish, the word, it sounds like a catchy sort of. But if you have to watch the video, which I do not recommend, far away from the Spanish, they lack love song. Totally inappropriate. Doesn't get any closer. That's what's the. Nevertheless,
How about
check out
AJ Alexander Madison? Yeah, he sucks cock too. How about Robinson? Wan'Dale Robinson, you're awful. Tyreek Hill underperforms yet again. Dude, why aren't they like... Jalen Hurts has been fucking amazing. Really? Dude, he's been on fire the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks. He's really, really good. Really? Are you happy you drafted? Okay, let's do a once-over. Who are you happy you drafted? I'm very happy I drafted Jalen Hurts. I'm very happy I drafted DeAndre Swift, though I don't know if I did the right time, and David Montgomery. They're both good. Tyreek Hill, would you take him again? Probably. At number 2? Yeah, I mean, I would have taken Christian McCaffrey and fucking Cox, so at least he's putting up points. How about Wan'Dale Robinson? Yeah, I probably would take every single guy in here again because I love them all. I'd probably even take Tua back. Dude, Rico Dowdle had a huge day. Dude, he's really good. Is he their number 1 running back?
For example, down the street, I happen to notice they have 3 copies of.
Here's somebody. Keenan Allen been absolutely disappointing to me. Would you have drafted him again? Why? Abysmal showing.
Let's go.
4 receptions on 10 targets? That's terrible. They call it abysmal.
There are 10 of these gates. Each one of them builds on the other. The idea is describes kind of like a passage through each of these gates as.
Yeah, I would not take him again. How about Lockett? Dude, he sucked so much cock last week. They had an overtime game. Yeah, I'd probably taken Debo. Yeah, Debo, you just don't know what you're gonna get though. 18. What the fuck happened here? No game played? Why the fuck did... What? Huh? There must be something wrong with it. Okay, so 18, 10, 3, sucks. 20, 0, 12. Bullshit. How about Pickens? Yeah, this guy's really, really good. He's good. How about the Niners? Yeah, I'll take them again. They're like number 5 defense, even though they're supposed to be number 1. I'll take it. Injured reserve. My team is so bad though. Barizzi? Oh, it's the worst. 106. The average score is 106. So I need Kelsey to get like watch. That would be really cool if he got enough to if he got 50 points or something, win it all. All right, is this shit done? I like how I'm number one. Crazy but cute twink. Genshin Impact. Like, what the fuck? Hey, let's name a game something no one knows about. Okay, Genshin Impact. Why wouldn't you just call it Impact? Oh, Genshin Impact. What the fuck is that? Minecraft. Okay, so where's the link? Why don't they put the link to this shit? Oh, Genshin Impact. Nobody gives a shit about that. Join a server. Oh, this is the best.
Evolutionary stages. It's so amazing. God created servers that parents don't throw out their
What language do you use to communicate? None of that shit. What the fuck is Star? South America. Why don't they just call it? Would you like to stay updated? No. Did you read the rules? No. Where are they? Yeah. Where are the rules, dog? Why wouldn't you put the rules? Did you read them? I don't fucking know. Now I have to go look and read this shit. Rules. Okay, to join a community. Dude, so long. How do I contact, adhere to terms and conditions, respect to copyright? Do not backseat, moderate, or impersonate. Keep our server safe. Anti-gore shock media. Rule 3. Flaming? What the fuck is flaming? Harassment or abuse. What is flaming? I don't know what this word means. I've been talking smack for fucking 38 fucking years, and I don't know what flaming is. Kids, to be honest with you, flaming doesn't sound like a good thing. What does it mean? Urban Dictionary. They should put what they consider the fucking thing. Flaming. What does it mean? To engage in online argument usually involving unfounded personal attacks. Huh? Isn't that just known as being a douche?
everything. Live a life that's a little bit more modest. And finally, the ultimate of the love of God, which is
Dating. Be mindful of others. Stay on topic. Well, I think I meet all that shit. And a co-op. Dude, is there like a thing where you can fucking... You don't have permission to speak in this channel. No video permission. What do I have to do?
very beautiful poetic passage.
Frequently asked questions. What is all this shit?
Like focus and discipline and realize the huge task that lies before it. And then the last part is the bakasha, in which after taking responsibility in his soul for what he has to do, then he has
Dude,
a
all this
long
shit is
prayer to
bullshit.
God.
Genshin Impact, go fuck yourself. No one knows what that is. How about Valorant? Sucks. This is the worst. Hey, Valorant. Where does this go? I bet it's gonna say, you're in too many fucking Discords. Here we go. Oh, you're at 100 servers, go fuck yourself. Shout out to Banj. Apologies I didn't get back to you. Create a channel. What do I have to do? Rules. What is this one? Get your 100. Contact my Ration team. No excessive flirting. No advertisement. Refrain from advertising, soliciting, or begging. Cool. Alright. Create a channel. You have to subscribe? Fuck that. Can I just, yeah? Create a channel is a premium thing? Worst shit ever. Information. Hi everyone. How are you all today? How are you all today? What a good sneeze. Official Fortnite. Am I still in the #1 spot? Oh, hell yeah, baby. I can't wait to get 86 out of that bitch. The Riz? For shiz, dog. Absolutely. Socialite. Lover. I don't really like this one because. Oh, that does have it. Oh, maybe I do like this. Kiss icons. And I guess it was not for me. I know it's something you should know. Ego World. Chill Zone. That's my spot. Socialize. That's also my spot. Really? They just don't like to hear what I have to say. They like to talk about myself. I'm amazing. What is SMEXC? It doesn't seem like it's. I kind of want to just get kicked out of all of them. It's like a goal. All right, so how about that one? It's sort of like, uh, maybe, maybe, baby. How about kick clips? This guy is just a cock tease. Gas, gas. Why are you in here? Just get kicked out. That's the goal. Just let you get kicked out. Earth. I like how I'm E-sex. So what is this E-sex one? Oh, no one knows. I want to make that my home. Who's M-Fam? Oh no, Vagabond. You like this guy? Yeah, I like him a lot. Really? Yeah, I mean, I think it's just like a pretty. I don't know. I think it works really hard and shit. Oh, okay. We got the girls. Girl ones. How many girl ones do I have? Three.
We have a great topic tonight. We're going to talk
Chest
about
bra.
Abraham Zacuto, also Zakut or Zakhut, a fascinating individual, an early astronomer, and in many ways the last great Iberian Jewish scientist. And so much of our talk is going to talk about science in this period, the very unique role that Jews played in transmitting science to the Christian world in particular, and we'll have some reflections on what the decline of Judaism in the Iberian Peninsula really means. Today is the first of 3 lectures that's going to look at the expulsion. We're just going to touch on it briefly today in passing for the Chut of Life. Next week and the week after, we're really going to focus on the details. And I have to say, the more I study it, the more it amazes me at its cruelty and the inexorable quality of unfolding of the expulsion that really seemed to Jews at the time to be a split in time, something that divided the pre-expulsion and the post-expulsion time, much like we view the Holocaust today. I'm going to set that aside. Most of the discussion on the topic will be next week. Let me start with the joke, and I will tell you that I have tried to tell this joke 4 times in public now. I've yet to succeed. I happen to think it's a hilarious joke, but I just can't quite get the timing right for other people. You will be my 5th guinea pig. Here's how it goes. It's situated in the town of Chalab. I started telling you the joke this last week, and then we got off topic. I told you a different joke. This is the joke I meant to tell you 2 weeks ago. It's situated in the town of Chalab. You'll recall that's like in Eastern Europe, sort of like the fictitious place of Polish Jews, and you remember the joke about the bread, and he drops the bread. That's how it goes. This joke is about a horse thief. So there's this horse thief in Chalab. And he's one night he's going to this Jewish man's barn, and he finds a horse there, kind of an old, worn-out horse, but he's not going to complain. And so he takes the horse and he's leaving it outside of the barn. And as the horse is going out, the horse kicks and he knocks over some rakes and things like that, makes a big ruckus. And so the Jew living in the next door house, he opens up his door. He says, "What's going on? What's going on there?" The thief manages to rush into the woods with the horse, but the Jew doesn't give up. He starts looking around. Going out to the glade of trees there, and he says, "What's going on? Who's out there?" And so finally, the thief ties the horse to a tree, and he says, "It's me." And the farmer says, "Who's me? Who's me?" And the horse thief comes out, and the farmer says to him, "Chaim? My horse, Chaim? What happened to you?" He says, Yes, I'm Chaim, your horse. I am Chaim, your horse. I was on the spot. He thinks very quickly. He said, it's a terrible thing, but in my previous life, I was not very honest, and I stole from people, and so as a punishment, I was reincarnated as a horse, and I was sent to work for honest Jews like you, and to pay off my debt. And as of today, my debt has been completely, made equal, and now I've been transformed into a human being. And the farmer, credulous scum knight that he is so amazed with this story. He says, "This is fantastic. I have to bring you inside, meet the Rebbitzin. Come on in." He sits them down at the table. They feed him and they clothe him. He asks him what it was like being a horse. He makes up a whole story, things like this. And at the end of the night, he says, "Listen, so you go?" And he says, "No, I really do have to go. I can't stay. I have many places I need to go and many amends I need to make." So they say goodbye to him. He goes out to the forest and he unties the horse from a tree and takes them off. A couple of days later, the farmer decides that he's got to buy a new horse. So he goes into town to replace the horse. He goes into the horse market. He's looking at one horse, another horse, and all of a sudden he sees one horse that looks suspiciously familiar. He goes up to him. He sees the same coloration, about the same posture, height, checks his teeth, even checks the ear where there's a little nick from an earlier injury. The horse in the eye, and he says, "Chaim, it's only been a few days. What did you do wrong this time?" Not that funny, right? But okay, I tried. I'll keep practicing until I get that joke right. Thank you for laughing. I appreciate it. Very polite audience. Okay, thank you, Mr. Sklar, for our lecture for tonight. He's a live participant in lectures, and it's great to have him here. He will continue these lectures, and I think we agree. One small bit of good and welfare, I'm kind of proud. This is my YouTube page, and this is a screenshot I took this morning. We just hit 10,000 subscribers. Really, kind of a nice number. I'm hoping YouTube will send me a little letter or a little star on my name or something, but I don't know. There's actually 10,000 is my statistics indicate that about 75% of the people who watch these lectures have not subscribed. They just, lurk on the outside, and that's great. So this number is actually quite a bit bigger, which is very exciting. And of course, the videos are also watched on Facebook and Twitter and places like that too. Okay. Another really important thing, welfare announcement. Next Tuesday, a week from tomorrow, we're going to have a very special event right here in this room. We're going to have a live poetry by an exceptional individual, our very own in November, which is composition here at college, and he is an award-winning poet. We have spent a lot of time talking about poetry in the Andalusian period. You should actually hear a real poet speak. He has published two books. I'm reading from his newest book. He has published in the New York Times, Chicago Tribune, many literary publications, and he is a finalist for the National Jewish Book Awards as well. We have a rare privilege to have him on our campus, and I think it's going to be a fantastic treat for all of us to hear him Tuesday night, not tomorrow, but next week, 7:30 to 8:30. He'll be reading his poetry. We will have refreshments, and he is, by the way, perhaps the number one most popular professor on campus. So I think we'll have a lot of students here as well. It'll be a really special. I hope you'll be able to come. I know it's a Tuesday, but if you make it on Tuesday night next week, it will be fantastic. Okay, so jumping into where we left off. Okay, let's go straight to the material then. Abraham Zacuto. The name Zacuto is a Latinization of the Hebrew term Zakut, which means merit, and it's variously transliterated. Zacuto is perhaps the most common of them. His years, as you can see, straddle the horrific expulsion of 1492 and the subsequent Portuguese expulsion of 1497, which is somewhat more complex, but in many ways more cruel than the Spanish expulsion, and that we will push off a little bit until next week. His major activity was first as an astronomer, and he did some very important work with the astrolabe and with the Alphonsine tables, which helped much world navigators make their way around the globe. It was especially important to the Portuguese crown. He was a direct advisor to Vasco da Gama, who was one of the great explorers of the century. And in fact, in many ways, the Portuguese made their name as the greatest of the explorers of the era, largely because of men like Abraham Zacuto, who supported them with their scientific research. Towards the end of his life, however, he changed gears in a very dramatic fashion, and he ceased working almost completely on scientific matters and turned his mind to things Jewish, and he wrote a very important historical account of the world and of the Iberian period as well in his paper. So he kind of changed, became much more of a Jewish motivated. In this sense, he's very much like the greatest of the Iberian masters that we looked at. People like Maimonides, Yehuda Halevi, Shmuel HaNaviz were able to excel in their secular activity and in their Jewish activity simultaneously. After perhaps the last we will study in 2 weeks is Don Isaac Abravanel, that's probably the last of the great Iberian Jews who were able to do these kinds of things, being both excellent in a non-Jewish pursuit as well as Jewish pursuit simultaneously. And in many ways, we haven't had anyone like that in 500 years. It's a very, very unique period. Perhaps we will have some time to contemplate at the end of this course or the end of this semester. Why is it? What were the conditions that made it so possible in the Iberian Peninsula and not elsewhere? This is his grandson, by the way. Perhaps it looks like the grandfather, we don't know, but his grandson was also quite a famous scientist scientist, and as a result, we have a likeness here. His activity was primarily in astronomy and astrology. And if you'll recall what we spoke about in the lecture about Ibn Ezra, these terms were kind of interchangeable at the time. Astronomy, of course, the study of the planetary bodies, understanding of their various orbits, paths, and so on. Astrology, a little bit more on the woo-woo side of science, where you look at the impact of those planetary bodies on human life. Fading off into horoscopes and things like that. We did see with Ibn Ezra also a little bit earlier than this, but also very much kind of straddling the scientific and the maybe we could say superstitious elements of approaching the stars. There is a very hoary tradition of respecting the influence of planetary bodies on human affairs throughout the Talmud and later. Ibn Ezra perhaps gives us the best sense of how you could rationally, bring these two beliefs together in a consistent system. But we'll also see the same thing happening with Abraham Suzuto. At this time, one of the several articles where I wrote about science at the time, there was one particular noble person, I forget his name, but he had the cataract removed from his right eye, and it was done successfully by a Jewish doctor. And so he wrote to the Jewish doctor saying, that worked out fantastically well. I'd like to have the left cataract removed as well. My apologies, I should have remembered all of the names, but I didn't think I would actually end up talking about it. But it came to my mind. Anyways, he said, let's do the left eye as well. And the Jewish doctor said, not so fast. The reason why the operation on your right eye went so well because all of the stars were perfectly aligned for an operation that day. I do not calculate
Cute,
that
fucking, that's fucking cute.
or a left eye operation.
That's fucking cute. Go back to my girl.
I happen to have an opening. So he actually tested not have the operation because the stars are aligned. You see in this example sort of like the uneasy coexistence of a pre-modern sensibility with much more advanced scientific techniques happening simultaneously. He studied at the University of Salamanca.
Why do they do this? And they have, but you don't follow them. You don't follow them. Okay, that's cool. But like
astronomy there as well.
I don't know. Get on here.
Likely the actual that he put it about astronomy and astrology students there. It was again one of those very special periods of time in the pursuit of knowledge, pure pursuit of knowledge, no or little distinction made to the religious background of the tradition. Sharing that knowledge with you. It is a very bright, a very fleeting moment in history, element of history of the last century. Brief periods when, because of his demonstrated knowledge, actually rise.
And when I get that feeling, I want sexual healing. Sexual healing, baby. It's good to me. Making me feel so fine. It's such a rush. No, but it's not that. Wait, it's no, it's not there either. Cool. Feeling, baby. It's good for me. Sexual feeling is something that's good for me. Whenever teardrops are falling, and my emotional ability is me. There is something I can do. I can get on the telephone and call you up, baby. Then, honey, I'm that love you give to me. He'll be fuck yeah. Now, baby, now let's get down tonight. Baby, I'm hot just like an oven. Yo, dog, have we talked about Earth life extension technology? Yeah. Okay. Anti-gravity, I don't think you're gonna die. Yep. Bingo. Let's roll, baby. Ooh, baby, I'm hot just like an oven. I need your loving. And baby, I can't stand feeling. Oh, baby, making me feel so fine. Absolutely, my mind, sexual feeling, baby, it's good for me. Sexual healing is something that's good for me. Never blue teardrops are falling, and emotional ability will really. There is something I can do. I can get on the telephone and call you up, baby. And I love that one part where I'm fucking around, and it's like, yeah, it's Eddie Chick. I've got this fucking playlist up here. So fucking funny. When do I say that though? I have, but I have a special place in my heart for George Michael. Where's that one thing where I'm like, oh yeah, yeah, oh yeah, I got this fucking the playlist. I got this playlist. It works every time. Oh, I got this playlist. Let me just tell you, it's worked with like every chick. Is that true? Has it ever not worked with a chick? No, never. Really? It's like 1,000 for 1,000. Seven, seven, seven. What you know about seven? Pay me. I've used it with many a woman, and it works all day, every day. All day, every day it works. All day, every day it works. Is that true? Yeah. Is it really? It's not. I would be like, oh, there was this one situation where it didn't work. No, every fucking time it works. Really? Everyone. There's not a single time it hasn't worked.
was exceptionally important to the durability of this device. He was associated closely for many years.
That was fucking amazing.
What exactly is science? We've already talked about the way that technology melts together. There's basically at this time we're still working with the tritium and quadrium definition of the last science. That's what I developed. The tritium, so grammar, rhetoric, and dialectics. These are kind of like the basic humanities that you guys know if you're it's ironic that of the three, basically only study a little bit of the first one, and that's primarily a primary level. How many people really know how to do well? Not so many of our friends really work hard. Philosophy, etc. The rhetoric only has one
Say, tell me why. I never want to hear you say, I want it that way. Now we can see that we're falling apart from the way that it used to be. Yeah. No matter the distance, I want you to know that deep down inside of me, you are my fire, the one desire. You are, you are, you are, you are. So what yeah, yeah, yeah. Ain't nothing but this. I wanna hear you. I never wanna hear you say, oh yeah. I want it that way. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but a mistake. Tell me why. I never wanna hear you say, I want it that way. Tell me why. Ain't nothing but me.
one of the most important roles that Jews play respond earlier lecture talked about Greek through its Arabic translation into the Christian environment. It's Arabic into Greek into Arabic
To the madly deeply do.
Arabic transmission into Christian environment was convert. From this, who is also known as Moses Asparagi, Moses Sephardi, who was a who moved to convert to Christianity, and then made a leader out of what he remembered grew up around the Arabic science was
We will find you acting on your best behavior. You know that I'm Mother Nature and I want to. I won't let you down. I will not give you up. You gotta have some faith and sound. It's the one good thing that I got. I won't let you down. Please don't give me up. I really, really love to stick around. Oh yeah.
very simple with sort of just like a Western gesture. Like I'm telling you, like
Heaven knows I was just a young boy, didn't know what I wanted to be. I was every corner of hunger, school girls, pride and joy, and I guess it was enough for me. And I guess it was enough for me. Planes race behind the place, brand new clothes, and bring that place, starting rock and roll TV. Dang, 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 it's the same, oh yeah. And then I'm so happy. Think there's something you should know. I think it's time I told you so. It's jumping deep inside of me. There's someone else I've got to be. Take back your picture in the frame. Take back your hanging in the rain. Just hope you'll understand. Sometimes the clothes do not make the man. All they have to do is take these lies and make them true. All we have to see is that I don't belong to you and you don't belong to me. Yeah, yeah, freedom. I will let you I give you freedom. I don't know what to say. Freedom. I won't let you down. Please don't give me up. Here's little love around. Yeah. Heaven knows I'll tell has fun, boy. It is everybody in me. Everybody in me. And there's like that will come and let on, boy. Living in the fantasy. Living in the fantasy. Beginning to race in this place. Bring that home, got a big red face. And the boys are empty, boys are empty. Oh wow, I did it. Wow, that's really good. Wow. That's Sidney Crawford. Good face, plain to name is not to see who we are. Oh my word, I did it, man. I'm gonna be so happy. Oh, very good job, Rabbi. Very good job, Rabbi. Very good job.
belonging to the Greek and then Hebrew to the Latin. Uh, you recall, in a Western environment, we even have this term, the Middle Ages, and the reason why we kind of strange term, what is it the middle of? The middle of the golden age that is represented by the Periclean period, 500 years before the Common Era in Greece, when you have Socrates, Aristotle, Pythagoras, and all these Greek thinkers. And then you have this, it does pretty well under the Romans, and then when Rome is sacked in the 5th century, it goes downhill really fast. All of
I don't belong to you, and you don't belong to me. Yeah, yeah, freedom, freedom. Not love. The bass down. Love. Do the thing, Rabbi. That was amazing. Really? That was fucking cool.
culture, in literature, in sciences, and they eventually take the Greek wisdom and they do kind of things with it. And so this is kind of like an uphill climb. And then when you get to the 15th century, that's when they start their decline. They catch up with the revolution that exploded in Europe. But then they don't have a Middle Ages. And also, you look at Jewish history, how do you have a Middle Ages in Jewish history when the knowledge into Latin text for Latin speaking public.
Yeah, dude, this was really good.
Would know a Romance language that was vernacular, and a Christian would know the vernacular Latin. Also, the majority they would use the Bible. So basically, you would be holding Arabic text translated into Catalan, which is not considered probably be like translated into what kind of a language is that? I'm not going
That was very good. Very good. But the one fucking Mick Jagger,
understand it and then would render it into Latin for a real public. And there's a amount of this going on, all kinds of public. By the way, Barry got credit for it.
Wait, I do it. It's really good. I didn't even realize it. Very good.
Be up on them stuff.
He said, okay, enough of this. He ordered production of many works in Castilian, which began the explosion of vernacular languages throughout Europe, including 100 years later, even here. But just to point out how ironic it is, my grandmother, Rothschild, who was born probably around 9, we're not exactly sure because the record, she does remember when she was a little child, she fell off the train when they were fleeing the Germans in World War I. Guessing she was 4 years old, she fell off the train. That's how we get for her. But anyway, in English, didn't have a word for language. That's how she referred to it because it wasn't considered. In her mind, it wasn't considered real language. You know, she had a newspaper, she had something like that. Alfonso was especially important for creating what was called the Alphonsine tables. I don't exactly understand what these mean, but they're a whole series of astronomical tables that somehow allow us to figure out exactly the movement of the planets and the stars by cataloging them.
That was cute. I give it to you, kid. That was cute.
Creating the Alphonsine tables and algorithms
For real? Let's
was
stop.
responsible for perfecting. Okay. What happens with something else?
Sometimes the clothes do not make the man. We have to do now. Take these lines and to make them true. I fucking love that. I could watch this concert all fucking night. I love it. I think I do a great job, kids. I think I'm good looking, hilarious, all the greatest things about a person. Rabbi, you're my boyfriend. I don't. I have lots of girlfriends, girl.
And that part. He's appointed to his father was King Wow II, like wow. Sometimes in certain texts it's rendered John. Make it easy. Like Wow. 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 I like the wow. Like he's born in the parents. Wow. Wow. He's appointed royal astronomer and was at the top of his game. with tremendous activity, especially after he went over the Alfonso Hills, which at this point was 200 years old, and he apparently collected all of the errors which made it really possible to take place on a statistical level. Interesting to note that, what happened in Portugal, again, we'll cover this more in the next but the Jews had a pretty good situation in Portugal. They kicked out of Spain. They're in Portugal.
I'm pretty quick on my toes, baby.
In order to see marriage later, one of the conditions was that you have to move to Portugal as well. 5 years later, largely to respect the political unity, dynastic, the Jews were commanded to leave as well. He advised at this time Vasco da Gama, and in fact predicted success with the
Where the hell are you not moving?
You're working with really good instruments. You've got my copper astrolabe, you've got my perfected Fondra
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? I miss you too, girl. I miss you too, girl. I love it. I love everything about this. This is the best concert ever. I fucking love it.
And the talks on a photo with many Spanish to Portugal. He was captured twice, very difficult, ransom twice from being held by pirates. He eventually settled in Tunis. Later, he made his way actually to Israel, and then he died in Damascus. And at this point, he just changed everything. You know what? I'm no longer going to write about astronomy. He did complete one small book, kind of like a memoir sort of. And he wrote this book called Sefer Yuchas, which is a fascinating title. Yuchas means lineage. Yichus, that's the term we use in this book. And it basically traces the lineage of the Jewish people. And he wrote in Hebrew, although he wrote many other works in Hebrew as well, he chose specifically this particular book. It seems that he sort of had a change of heart and said that I've given so much to the world in terms of science, and look how myself and my people have been treated. Let me focus my energies now on doing something for my people. And he looked inward, reflected inward on the nature of the precariousness of Jewish existence as a minority in these states, and he wrote essentially a history of Jewish persecution. Describing how Jews were moved from one location to another, chased from one inhospitable climate to another, despite uh, contributions to larger society. This is one of the early works by Professor Barn of Columbia University called Lachrymose Model. Lachrymose film. We have this history as we're constantly harangued and chased from one place to another, and at the same time we're doing so much more for the society around us, and it's harder by I can tell you one more joke. No, this is funny. So, my jokes are not by that funny, but the joke goes like this. I actually heard this when I was doing my own doctoral research in the former Soviet Union. And if you recall what it was like back then, so much shortages were good that lines would form everywhere at the drop of a hat. If they heard that the store was opening, they would stand in line and they would buy and Czechoslovakian side seven. You would buy as many as you could, and then later you would bargain them, in the various open air markets. So anyway, there's this lineup at outside a grocery store, and somebody, and everyone's standing there in line, all these nationalities, Russian, Europeans, Uzbeks, all kinds of. So they're standing in line, and there's weapons, there's says, we just learned that the truck number is broken down and will not arrive. Therefore, all Jews will be fine. So what can they do? They pack up their line, close the window. A little later, he opens the window and says, we just learned that one of the trucks has been stolen by the mafia and arrested. So therefore, all Central Asians, please leave the line. Uzbek, Tatars, Kazakhs, all leave the line. Mafia one of the 10 first Soviet citizens. I opened up the door. We just learned the last truck has caught fire and no truck arriving today. Rescue numbers out. Everyone's on all the way. We're talking about a 16th century. Fire is a model that we see first of the three all the way of the Black Norse model where the Jews get all the credit and have a black Norse. But the Testament is mature with old age as it reflects on the meaning of Jewish existence. Legacy. You get a sense of the importance of people like Kuko for understanding the urban reality. Somehow, first under Muslims and then under somehow able to leverage their superior education, their literacy, their openness to scientific ideas to achieve phenomenal success within their society. Few exceptions like Maimonides, who were many of them were able to climb to the heights. We've seen already Hostile the diplomat, who had who led a Muslim army in years, and at the same time writing an important Talmud commentary that every country poetry of the day. Yehuda Levi, the great poet and doctor, who at the same time is so on. Abraham Zakuto is the last half all of this is somehow able to bring these things together. All of at the same time, developing proper aspiration and perfection in our scientific. What are the factors that make it possible? It's very hard to identify any or at that time that are not present at other times. I would like to hazard, however, some of the things might be a sort of society in the Jewish world that is not necessarily present in other and also that should not be closed off to any body of knowledge simply because they were Jewish. There's no idea that scientific endeavor is somehow taboo because it was practiced primarily by Christians and Muslims. Obviously, we don't have that much telling knowledge. Maybe we do, I have to tell you. But that's probably the big part of the important success is the lack of fear of the toxicity of at the same time, as we just keep beginning to see, it wasn't because the velocity of the first Inquisition, then the culture was so unprecedented and so rapid that it's hard to imagine how this could have happened. The Jews were so well integrated into Spanish culture, both under the Muslims and later under the Jews, that one might think that their position was impregnable, but in reality, that was exactly what brought it next. It was the complicated relationship between their attachment traditional Jewish and ultimately made the expulsion inevitable and developed slaves ideology of the purity of the life. That's something that will have to explore much further in detail starting next week. I want to remind you that Tuesday, not tomorrow, but next week, we'll have an amazing Jewish poetry November. Really hope you audience. And with that, I'll take tonight. Thank you very much for coming, and I look forward to subject as a focus is quite trigger in many ways, but I'm choosing him primarily because he's emblematic of a conundrum that the Jews during extremely terrible times of Spanish Inquisition and expulsion. He was for some ways for large times, and I was thinking about the mechanics of the Inquisition that led inexorably and terribly to the expulsion of the Jews in 1490. I was thinking, of course, about Abraham Senior, very finance and leader of the Jewish community in Soviet Spain during the last we have to begin with a joke, though, and it's hard, spending so much time with speaking particularly the French Inquisition, but I will try nevertheless. Did I tell you a while ago about the guy who just trying to step away? No, okay, so man who's been going to a really competent psychologist and all of it, one at a time, he's going to make tremendous progress. Finally, the therapist says, you've been my patient for now, really. It's been a wonderful experience working with you this time to cut the age string and let you out on your own. I really don't think you need to come back twice a week, but you have been for so long. And Bergen says, well, gee, doctor, I don't know. This is a and you can call me anytime, 24/7. Doesn't matter. I will answer. Well, what's the truth? But you will be fine. I'm confident in you. So the therapist is fine. So a couple of days later, a call on the cell phone at 5:35 in the morning. And the psychologist, Dr. Rothschild, oh, really? Dr. I had a terrible doctor. Well,
You fucking love yourself, don't you?
and
Yep.
I look up
Put your tiny hand on your reach it, anything you can. I will be fine. I'll be in the sea if you ever hunger. Come to me, will you ask for time? When you remember and right, Yes, they can. And think of me because I am the wanted. And I know, take me with the eyes of a child. My love is always telling me so. Heaven is a kiss and a smile. Just hold on, and I won't let you go. My babe, I will be your father. Put your tiny hand in mine. Anything you have, I will be your father. I have had enough of crying. I ain't gonna want to love till the end. I will be your father. I will be your father. I'll be your daddy. Oh, I will be the one who loves you till the end of time. Yvette. Take your hand and lead you to the dance. I want to like the silver screen. It's good. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I got and no rhythm. So it's easy to dance the way I dance you. Oh, time can never make careless whisper of a friend to the heart and mind. Ignorance is kind, has no comfort in the truth. Pain is hard, you'll find. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend, I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat again. You wasted all the chance that I was thinking. So it's never gonna dance again. The way I dance with you. Oh. Here we go, girls. Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it's better this way. We heard each other with the things we wanted to say. We could have been so good together. We could have left this dance forever. Please stay. And I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet, I got no rhythm. No, it's easy. I know that you're not a fool.
in the economy short.
Should have known better than to cheat a friend.
It was Fernand Nunez Coronel. He was after the sponsor was King Ferdinand himself, hence the Fernand. Nunez and Coronel are very important aristocratic names, particularly in the Guzman family. No Sephardic Jews, many of these names resonate over generations because they were, high-level names in the Spanish aristocracy of the time. Son-in-law, Rabbi Meir Melamed, who was referred to frequently as Rabbi, so evidently had some kind of training. He also converted with his father-in-law. He took the name Perez, Hernan Perez Coronel, and that's how it comes down through history. Um, in less charitable accounts of his life, in Hebrew in particular, the term senior is sometimes punned negatively as shone or, meaning in Hebrew one who
Now,
is
baby,
like
let's get down tonight. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Baby, baby, I'm like oven. I need oven. Now, baby, I can count just longer. It's getting stronger, and stronger. And when I get that feeling, I want sexual healing, sexual healing. Oh, baby, make so fine. Help me my mind. Sexual healing, baby. It's good for me. Sexual healing. Good for me. Teardrops are falling. And my emotional ability is giving me. That is something I can do. I can get on the telephone and call you, baby. And honey, I can't even believe
basically the concept, as we would say in Hebrew, Mylan refers to the holy. One ascends in holiness, one does not decline in holiness. And so both Judaism and Christianity have this idea that once you join the club, you can never get out. Once a Jew is converted to Christianity, even forcibly, according to many opinions that were significant at the time, then they are a Christian. That's it. They cannot get back. They cannot renounce their Christianity, even if that baptism was done against their will, under duress, and so on. Perhaps you recall the most tragic of stories was the case of the Mortara affair, which occurred in 1840 in Italy. And in fact, it apparently on a movie version of the Mortara affair, a very sad story where there was a Jewish household and they had a Christian maid working in the household. Their young boy who was about 6 years old was not, I think it was, but he had a terrible flu, and the maid loved him. They went to the worried that he was going to die of the flu. So, because he was a Jew, he would be damned to eternal hell. So therefore, she was brought into the church. This protects his eternal soul. It happened that May happened to one of her other friends, and the word got around that this Jewish boy had been baptized. Amazingly, the church actually kidnapped the child and refused to return him to the family. And despite his impurity, this is much in the modern era. West family, international Jewish scripture, most Montessori was very much wrong. They were not able to child from the Vatican. He ended up growing up in a monastery and becoming a priest, and in prosperous master. So it's a terrible kind of story, and that's 1840. That's 300 years later. In the
This all every freaker could have a picture of my dick on the wall. Yeah, I'm gonna break you off. And this all every freak could have a picture of my dick on the wall. So, this is the motherfucker. I love the beginning of this. Get money, new money. Hey, 417, and yeah, I'm gonna break you off. And that's all. Every have a picture of my dick on the wall. Yeah, I'm gonna break you off. Shout out to Sheena Easton. I have so much fucking content. Do you? Yeah. When you get into the videos, like the videos are where all the content is. This is more content than anybody has just on social media. It's all about content, baby. King of content. I'm the Cody, king of the internet. King of the internet. What the fuck does a restore mean? This is it.
Because I play them too. Oh, but I need some time on from that emotion. Time to break my heart up off the floor. Dude, Grand Funk Railroad is fucking amazing. Grand Funk Railroad is fucking amazing. Where did I other Rabbi Rothschild 7? I did like a shot for shot of Glory. Where the oh, did they take it down? I think they did. No? Dog. It's not any of it. I can't even find my own shit. Was it on one of those other ones? Oh, I don't. So much fucking content. This motherfucker's filled with content. Fuck it. How about this one? I like this blue cord. What is this?
well, we're out there, kids, and we're loving every minute of it. But where are my other ones? Yep. What in the fuck, dog? No, get me out of this. I hate social media. I hate all this garbage. That's pretty funny though. Oh man, you're just fucking amazing. Hi, he's really good. Fuck. Well, so what up, Chinese Nation? How you doing? Living the dream, dog. I have slept it away. It's been beautiful. How about you? Excellent. Good to hear. What's new in your neck of the woods?
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. Okie doke. Beautiful. How's your job going? Excellent. Wait, you you're gonna quit your job at the store? So why are you leaving the why can't you work both jobs? Is it possible? All right, there we go.
Purity of one argument that he makes much of. It is the idea that the Spaniards were slaves to their own ideology.
Yeah, dog, I had a concert going. If you want to check it out on my social media, 4 hours, and I had a blast. I had an absolute fucking chicks in there, and I don't expect you to watch 4 hours worth of it, but it was definitely fun, and um, yeah, she's beautiful. Dog, you don't have to be. I've seen more naked chicks and regular looking chicks in my entire life than any person ever. Why? Because I've had the opportunity of the internet, and I've just been on like every fucking influencer's account ever. I've seen like every hot chick ever. You won't be the judge of jack shit. I'm the judge of beauty in this world, and I'm telling you, no. Like, I'm not gonna describe her, but she's really pretty. No, I'm not. What in the fuck are you talking about? Chinese merchant, I can't stand that about you. Make these little comments that you don't think people hear or you think that make you more powerful. And honestly, it just makes you not want me to be around you.
Financially,
I'm sure your other friends tell you that too. It's just like, dude, nobody wants to be around someone who takes little shots.
okay, very long introduction. So we have to go back.
Chinese merchant, I don't tolerate that type of discussion. If you use any kind of derogatory ad hominem attacks, I'm just gonna be very nice to you and say this isn't gonna work out, and you leave. Okay? It's not nice to call people names. You said some kind of psychological, um, some type of psychological diagnosis that you have no idea about. Honestly, you just have absolutely no clue what you're saying. You think you're cool, and when you use that type of language, you're not. You look very immature. You're basically saying to someone, look, I'm so smart, I'm able to be able to tell you what your psychological diagnosis is, and dog, dude, Chinese merchant, they're nice, but I just don't need that in my life.
even prior to expulsion. So, Dominican friar, very much active in Jewish affairs, named Vincente, who was simply one incident after another, rousing up anti-Jewish sentiment, provoking riots. He is even condemned by the church on numerous occasions, and nevertheless, he speaking out and provoking actual violence against Jews. One should recall that the church is hardly an effective hierarchical monolithic system at this time. The church has to deal with a widespread, primarily illiterate lay clergy, meaning the people who are actually in the streets preaching to people often have no ability to read the holy texts that they purport to represent, and and they're motivated by some of the darkest urges that we have in human panoply of psychological illness. So we have throughout Europe a lot of these lay clergy who actually believe that Jews, for example, drink the blood of Christian children and ridiculous things like this. The educated higher levels of the church, including the popes, are constantly publishing bulls against this process, saying, no, it's not true, please don't believe these people, that's not the church teaching, and so on. And while the church still will persecute the Jews in the sense of pertaining to the doctrine of witness that we may have discussed last year, the Augustinian idea that Jews must be preserved, albeit in a second-class state, but there's no ground in church ideology to massacre the Jews. It simply doesn't exist. It happens from time to time, but it's under it's the expression of the underbelly of the church, often egged on by people like Ferrer, but it's not at all church. The church is still a religion of peace and wants to have some measure of coexistence with the Jewish. It's a lot easier. You asked me a question, but I have a feeling that it's probably better if I get to the end of the lecture to take questions. I think it's hard to see what's something. If we were to go down the rabbit hole of explaining anti-Semitism, big as a long time. But just to answer your question anyway, because that's really where I'm moving. The doctrine of witness argues that Jews must remain alive. They must remain in a subjugated state, but they must remain alive until the second coming. Only then will they be able to validate the second coming. And the higher level church authorities, with perhaps some exceptions, the higher level church authorities really want to reinforce that. Nevertheless, at the ground level, it's a different story. So under Ferrer, there's a huge number of anti-Jewish riots and massive forced conversions. We don't have strong demographics for this period, but it's clearly in the tens of thousands. You have tens of thousands of Jews forcibly converted to Christianity. What happens to them afterwards? How do they go on with their lives when the church does have this? And now that you're converted, some game, you can't move backwards, you have to go forward. You also have at this time the anti-pope. Papacy itself is under considerable strain, and there are people running around, all claiming to be the primary head of the Catholic Church. And one of the ways they can leverage which leads to a certain number of forces. The next thing that's related to this is, okay, so imagine yourself, you're a family that has been forcibly converted. It was either baptized or killed, and that's what was happening in 1991, the riots. And now what riots are gone, restored, and just go back to or target of another by Ferret. So you try to maintain your lifestyle nominally, but you don't want to eat bread on Pesach, and you want to know when to fast on Yom Kippur. You go back and check in with Jewish relatives, what exactly is going on Jewishly. It goes on for generations, two generations, as it did, then it gets harder and harder because people are living more and more open, and they have some structure to go back to the Jewish community. So what they started doing at the time was they started distinguishing Christian terminology shortly, and preventing them from having contact with Jews because they knew that they're going to be, so to speak, infecting them with Jewish education, which is perhaps the worst thing that can happen. So this is we also have to note as well that in 1414 there's another big acceleration of this phenomenon with the disputation at Tortosa. Are a medieval phenomenon that's the same time year. Most important of which we discussed last year was the disputation of 1263, in which the great scholar Mathematics represented the Jewish side. By 1414, however, the church had got it down correctly. They knew exactly how to stage these things, how to set the rules in such a way that not allowed to say whatever they wanted in these debates. And afterwards, the judges, of course, would declare the winners, which were very Christian interlocutors, and they would impose a series of punishments on the Jews. Like, for example, they'd have to hear, 54 sermons. And so for the next year, every Shabbos, they would have to, hear preachers coming into their synagogues and preaching the Gospels, or on Sundays, they would have to actually show up in church, and they would take attendance, and they would make sure that Jews were teaching. We also have the burning of the Talmud, and generally they crush morale. We have a population extremely the leader, no hope for growth in the Iberian Peninsula. It is interesting to kind of reflect at this point on how similar this is to the period immediately prior to the Muslim invasion of 711. The Gothic period in the late 600s is also very much like this. And added to this, you have warfare, because the Reconquista, the Christian reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula, is proceeding apace. They're making phenomenal gains, and ultimately they're able to conquer Granada in the far south. This is a picture depicting the surrender of the Muslims. On the background there, Ferdinand and Isabella, and even the facial expression of the Muslims look kind of like puzzled and lost. What's happening here? How is everything changing so rapidly? But with the conquest of Granada and the complete Christian control of the entire peninsula, including Portugal, this means all of a sudden that there's feeling like we control it all. We should therefore impose a purification of the entire system. Kind of like when one political party holds branch of the government. Maybe I should say that. That's just going on. That's not a good thing. Okay. In the 1370s, the Inquisition is created. Well, what exactly is the Inquisition? It specifically targets those new Christians who.
My content is in my profile. Look at everything that you want before asking me anything else.
Teaching idea. Here is the official seal of it. It's interesting, and in Latin it says "Exurge Domine et Judica causam tuam." This is actually a quote. It says Psalm 73, but the Catholic Church counts the Psalms a little differently than the Jews, so I had to look it up, and so I found it here in Psalm 74. The motto of the church is Kuma Hashem, Kuma Elohim, Riva Rivecha, which I'll translate. Arise, God, and fight your fight. That's what's included over here. And then the second part of the verse is, remember the insults you receive from base people every day. Go out there and fight the fight of God, because there are these lowly people who are insulting you every day. That's the concept of the Inquisition. We're going to inquire as to who are these people. Once we identify them, then we will punish them. The lead inquisitor was, of course, Torquemada, shown here. An unusually wicked person with a tremendous zeal for torture and the various the various instruments to elicit the kind of forced confessions and false confessions that have made Spanish so intimate. You can imagine that it was probably a lot like the 1930s Soviet Union, where a family of Christians was isolated, arrested, uh, put on the rack, tortured with a whole series of tortures. I'm not going to go into them in detail. If you like, you can listen to my lecture on Burro da Costa. Go into a much greater detail. And they would be forced to give up the names of so many other accomplices, so many other false Judaizing Christians, so many other Jews who were associated with them. But technically speaking, at this point, the Inquisition is specifically targeting not Jews, but Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity and were entertaining Jewish ideas. It would, however, spread rapidly. Let's just understand who are these people, so-called Christians, like the term of it. So perhaps the most useful term would be converso, which means convert. That's a term, whether they converted willingly, whether they converted against it, it doesn't matter, they have converted to Christianity. Christians called them Christians in order to make a distinction, which does not exist theologically, between those people who were originally Jewish and now have become Christian with those who were originally Christian. And the new Christians were subject to a whole series of meaning tests of faith to attempt to demonstrate what we call in Latin the term bona fides. And maybe you've heard bona fide, as that's how Americans say it, right? Bona fide, good faith, that they are, in fact, what they purport to be. The new Christians were not assumed to have bona fides. They were, the term used which means literally those who are fillers. In other contexts, for example, that's the term used for someone who is great. The term Marano is a derogatory term, meaning obviously inappropriately. And finally, another neutral term, crypto Jews. That is, they're still Jewish in secret, crypto. These are all the same people, but it gives you a sense of the various ways in which they could be viewed from without. What would happen is that the conversos who were suspected of Judaizing would be drawn before the Inquisition, and as I mentioned, tortured, they would be required to confess, name names, and then they would be sentenced, in this famous representation by the Goya, to a series of ritual abasements that were designed to serve as markers to the larger population of the dangers of Judaizing and also as fitting punishments for the converts themselves. They would often be required to wear this humiliating tunic and the conical dunce cap. The tunic was called the sambanita. Them here very rejected. And in some cases, they were required to wear it for life. In other cases, they were required to endure various torments, including the death penalty, the auto da fe, being burned at the stake. And this being burned at the stake, by the way, also included being burned in effigy. The numbers are staggering. Again, we don't have a really clear sense of exactly how many people were killed, but we're once again talking about tens of thousands of people over the course of years. It is amazing how concentrated this was in particular cities, but throughout the peninsula as a whole. It was an absolutely horrific period for Jews. Now, I should say for conversos. Now, what about the traditional Jews who were, technically speaking, exempt from the Inquisition because the church doctrine protected Jews as long as they had not converted to Christianity? There was no, inexorable equality because they were not backsliding Christians; they were still Jews. However, there was always a fear that they were infecting the conversos with traditional ideas and education. And so from the 1470s on, in particular under the influence of Torquemada, Jews are expelled from their homes and forced to take new residence, often clearly assigned to them by the government, in less than ideal circumstances, in order to isolate them and separate them in really ghetto environment so they would not have any physical contact or communication with conversos. So you have the converso Inquisition. The Inquisition forced the Jews to be isolated by political expulsion. In one case, by a province, the Jews were expelled, but in most cases, they were expelled from particular regions, cities, in order to separate them from Jews. By the way, according to the Abramson rule of history, clear economic upside for Christian engagement because all of a sudden Jews typically are a highly urbanized people and they tend to live in the downtown core of cities because they're settlers. This all of a sudden frees up all this prime retail real estate that the crown or for local officials and so on. You can send them out. You know, they may live in Midtown and they have all these beautiful brownstones over there, the Upper West Side, Upper East Side. They listen from now on. You have to live in I don't know, Brooklyn. No, Brooklyn was Flatbush is already this is Baltic here. Some other place far away, like across the river to another state over there or something. That would be the kind of model that we're talking about here. Okay. Let us look at the economic impact and look at Abraham's more detail. So, to explain exactly what his role was in the economy, there were several figures who were at the top of the financial pile in general society. Abraham's role was one of them. Another very different choice during the Inquisition. He chose to go into exile with the people, so we'll have more of a heroic interpretation of the story next week. They functioned in a specific place in the medieval economy because they were called servi camarae. What this Latin term means is servants of the royal chamber. What exactly am I talking about? So I'm sure you studied the feudal system back in high school. You know, you had at the bottom peasants or serfs who are kind of like landed slaves. They have sort of like a land allotment, but they do not have the freedom to move. They are required to seek the Lord's permission to marry, and a certain amount of either their work product or their actual labor is owed to the Lord. So in some cases, they would actually, if they were very strong farmers, they would have to pay a certain amount of it to the Lord as a tax, basically rental for the land. Or in places where the produce was not such great, they would have to do something called corvée, which meant that a certain number of days a week they had to work on the Lord's fields, and that's basically the position they occupied in society. When you move up from there, you have the burghers, city dwellers, who are engaged in all kinds of professions and crafts. They are usually organized in guilds, which prohibit Jewish membership, but they are the shoemakers and the tailors and things like that. Then you have a class of noblemen, and the original idea, the theory of the nobility, is that this is the traditional Marxian analysis, is that the peasants who were so busy working the land could, and this was a kind of a social contract that the nobility were there to protect the larger society, and the peasants would agree to pay for that. Obviously, it became very exploitative, and the nobility got richer and richer. The peasants became poorer and poorer. And at the top of the nobility, there you had the king. So the big, and oh, by the way, one other very important estate, the church. The church sort of stands outside all of this, reports essentially to the Pope in Rome, but serves the entire population. Now the big question is, where do the Jews fit into the system? They are certainly not peasants. They're certainly not nobles. They are kind of like burghers, but they are not allowed into the guilds. So what exactly do they do? This is where they get the job, servi camarae. They report directly and exclusively to the king. They serve in the royal chamber, as well, meaning that even though they could live in Puppetsville, nevertheless, their lord is the king in St. Petersburg. Why would this arrangement be adopted? Primarily because of something called the law of Gratian, which is the church canon law which prohibits Christians from charging interest to each other. The law of Gratian says that a Christian can't engage in any kind of credit-bearing enterprise, which essentially stunts the economy because no one can invest, no one can find venture capital, try some brand new venture, and then pay interest on that loan. But the Jews were allowed to do so because of a reading of a biblical verse. So the Jews could function as moneylenders and could actually amass a significant amount of capital. Usury has a negative connotation, but when you're thinking about 30 to 50% interest rates, it is a really heavy cost. Jews were moneylenders, which were a highly valued commodity in the medieval economy. In fact, France expelled the Jews 3 times in the 14th century, and when you see they expelled them 3 times, it's because they had to fight them back 3 times as well. They couldn't manage their economy without this institution of credit happening. So the Jews had this very special role where they were allowed to engage in money lending. They generated a lot of capital, and the king taxed that capital, which was highly valuable. That meant that they were protected, for the most part, from popular uprisings, but not exclusively, especially if the king felt that he himself owed too much money to the Jews. Then, as we saw, for example, in New York in 1290, then the nobility was simply expelled the Jews, and that was the way to get rid of the debt. Then you have to invite the Jews later to make up for the lack of a credit economy, but that was the idea. So the Seigneur family were the principal tax farmers of the kingdom of Ferdinand and Isabella, which ultimately encompassed almost the entire Iberian Peninsula. So if you are to persecute the Jews, what happens if, for example, you convert them? Oh my gosh. It's like you take all these bankers, and they're only allowed to be bankers if they're Jews, and if you make them Christians, was sein? All of a sudden, the banking industry crashes to a halt because these Christians are not allowed to engage in exchange of interest. And what about all the debts that are owed to these Jews, which are income based for the taxation of the king? The king wants to get the collection. The king wants the Jews to actually make this money. If they get converted to Christianity, he loses of the economy. Or to look at it from the metaphor of Shimon Dubno, Jews are like a sponge that can be dipped into the peasantry and the minor nobility, and then they will be drawn out, and the water will be squeezed out by the king. You can't use that sponge anymore because you've made it into a Christian rather than a Jew. How are they supposed to engage in it? So this is especially the case when the war in Granada is going on, where they're trying to expel the last Muslim kingdom from Spain. How are we supposed to finance this if you convert all these Jews to Christianity? It's a very difficult problem, and ultimately, Abraham Senior and others were able to hang on till the very end and enjoy royal protection, primarily because of the economic aspects of their position. But, as I mentioned, the expulsion was inevitable. As we shall see, here's a very powerful and moving picture by Julio Salat Francis, 1889, showing what's his name, Torquemada here, displaying the writ of expulsion of Ferdinand and Isabella sitting coldly in the background. There's no question they were completely involved and invested in the actual drafting and completion of this document, which led to tremendous suffering population. This is the edict of expulsion, the last page of it right here, and the seal and stamp of the royal authorities. What I'd like to do is actually read a little bit from the document. It is actually about 4 pages long in total, but I've only selected a few passages, and I think it's quite illustrative of what the church would think of Ferdinand and Isabella were thinking when they expelled the Jews. Here we go. So there's a bit of a preamble which is directed to all kinds of people. It comes originally from Ferdinand and Isabella, king and queen, and it goes through all the nobles, the major ones, the minor ones, through the city dwellers, right down Jews, meaning they're letting this is like a general alert higher peninsula. And then after this preamble, it reads, you know well, or ought to know, that because we were informed that in our realms there were some bad Christians who Judaized and apostatized from our holy Catholic faith, whereof the chief cause was the communication between the Christians and the Jews. In the Cortes which we convened in the city of Toledo in the past year of 1,480 years, we ordained that the said Jews should be set apart in all the cities, boroughs, and places of the realms. And that's actually where I'm going to stop the first time. It's like referring to local expulsions. In other words, they're saying we tried to deal with this problem by maintaining a barrier between the Christians. Thereby is established and made manifest great damage to the Christian, which has resulted and results from the participation, conversation, communication they have held, and do hold with the Jews, whom it is proved that they always attempt, by whatever ways they can, to subvert and detract faithful Christians from our holy Catholic faith, and separate them from it, and attract them to put them to their cursed and by the way, actually Christian. They're instructed in the ceremonies and observances of their law, convening assemblies where they read to them and teach them what they must believe and observe their law, circumcise them and their sons, giving them books from which they recite their prayers, and declaring the fast which they have to fast, and joining with them to read and teach them the stories of their law, notifying them of the Passover before its date, informing them about what they must do, giving them and removing from their houses the unleavened bread and the meat that has been slaughtered according to the rite, teaching them about what they must avoid in food and other things to observe in their religion, and in persuading them as best they can to keep and observe the law of Moses, and in giving them to understand that there is no other religion or truth than that, and this is proved by the many declarations and confessions of both the Jews themselves and also those who are corrupted by them. So it's very clear that what the writ of expulsion is talking about is basic Jewish education. You have this terrible situation where these Jews are torn away from their community, and they're trying to get back and learn the basics of what they need to do to be Jews, and this is specifically what is bothering them is doing. We, with the council, in the regard of certain prelates and grandees, caballeros of our realms, and other persons of wisdom and conscience in our council, having considered the matter with much deliberation, are agreed in ordering that all the said Jews and Jewess of our realms shall leave and never return nor come back to them or to any of them. And upon this we order that this our edict be given, by which we order all Jews and Jewesses, whatever age they may be, who live and dwell are in our said realms and dominions, as well as the native born among them, as those not native born from any manner for any reason have come and are in them, that by the end of next month of July, 1492, that comes in the present year, they shall leave all our said realms and dominions with their sons and daughters and servants and maidservants and Jewish followers, as well as the great and small, of whatever age they may be, and that they do not dare to return to them, or to be in them or in any part of them, whether dwelling or in transit or in any other manner, under the penalty that they do not do so and comply, and are found to be in our said realms, or to come to them in any manner, incur the punishment of death, and the confiscation of all their property to our exchequer and treasury, and that these penalties are incurred by the same fact and law, with no other trial, nor sentence, nor declaration. In other words, they can't even step on Spanish soil without penalty of death, without trial. It's an incredible statement. It's chilling. And we command and prohibit that any or all persons in our said realms of whatsoever estate, condition, dignity they may be, dare to receive shelter or assist, or keep publicly or secretly a Jewish or Jewess, after the said date of the coming end of July, and hereinafter in our lands or houses, or in any other part of our said realms and dominions, on pain of loss of all their possessions, vassals, and citadels, and other hereditaments. If any Christian gives refuge to a Jew, they suffer complete confiscation of their entire property. And it goes on, but you get the basic idea. Complete and utter expulsion. Even though this will have tremendous economic consequences, Ferdinand and Isabella are locked into this Orthodox Christian interpretation with no flexibility whatsoever, and they are moved toward this largely because of the events that began in 1391 with the forced conversion. They cannot turn the clock back, they can only move forward. This is what some, to go back to Hilberg, some Holocaust historians, Christopher Browning in particular, point to in the Nazi bureaucracy of what they call the ratchet effect. If you're familiar with, those wheels you can turn on a boat to like pull up the sails or something, they have like cogs on the outside of the wheel and a little hook. So you can turn the wheel one direction, but with every little fraction of a degree, the ratchet falls into place. You cannot put it backwards. You can only put it forward. And so they are forced, step by step, to the inevitability of an expulsion. The Seigneur family indicate the documents that we have, and by the way, much of this material, much of this decision to expel the Jews happened in camera, in secret, with very few people in the Jewish community, even the most high up elements, Abravanel, Seigneur, and others, were completely taken by surprise by this. Something that Ferdinand, Isabella, and Torquemada cooked up on their own largely, and it fell down like a sandbag from heaven, completely surprising the Jewish population. We know that as late as May 29, Seigneur had declared that he would definitely emigrate. He would give up his vast land holdings, his incredible debts that were owed to him, huge financial empire. He had determined that he was going to leave with the Jewish population. Nevertheless, 2 weeks later, he and his son-in-law and almost all of his children, 2 sons and 3 daughters, converted to Christianity. There is a legend, very poorly sourced, but there is a legend that says Queen Isabella threatened that if Seigneur did not convert, and then he would take on a new economic role, as we shall see in a second. If he did not convert, she would destroy the entire Jewish population. The poorly sourced legend, it's not entirely clear how she would actually carry that out. The idea of genocide at this level really is a modern phenomenon, not a 15th century one. So it's possibly not true. By the way, I forgot to mention that Seigneur was also very much involved in the initial shidduch between Ferdinand and Isabella. It shows on the one level how high up he was in their esteem, and at the same time he could not absolve himself of this horrible crime. What led him to stay, we don't really know, but we can imagine his age, in his 80s, to pick up and leave and to go wandering, who knows where, finding refuge somewhere, very difficult. His status, invested himself for years as the head of the Jewish community. In many aspects, that was his role. And this massive multi-city empire with so many different businesses, millions of the equivalent of dollars involved, and all of those things up must have been incredibly difficult. Not to mention the pressure from his children, who may not have felt the same way he does. You have several financial records and court records that attest to some of their activities, but in the end, all we know is that he and his family converted to Christianity. One daughter, Reina, apparently did not convert. She went into exile, although there's one possibility that in fact she did convert. That's the name of Rabbi Meir Malamed's own wife, but most likely not. So the aftermath was complete economic chaos. Baynard goes through a tremendous amount of detail discussing how the peninsula, now bereft of Jews, except for a significant number who Portugal. We'll study that next week. What exactly happened to them there? It's also unfortunately a very sad story. What happened to all of the economic activity that was concentrated, the debts that were owed to Jews throughout the population, the crown claimed them. So in other words, if your average Christian businessman felt that with the expulsion of the Jews, they would the debts would then be forgiven. They got a huge, boon from the government. Wrong. Boons from the government probably never come. And the crown puts Senor in charge of collecting all of the debt owed to the Jews that were now out of the country. In other words, the Jews forfeited their debt, and in many cases they forfeited a huge amount of their assets because it was impossible to liquidate them with just a few weeks really to the expulsion took effect. So Senor was charged with a task by collecting that debt. Which proved extremely difficult. He lived only a short amount of time afterwards, but there's a tremendous number of court documents indicating his displeasure of the crown with his failure to generate the kind of income that he used to when he was Jewish. His son, Meir Malamed, ended up passing away shortly before his father-in-law, and Abraham died sometime in 1493. There was some surrounding the circumstances of his death. But the economic situation of Spain after the expulsion of the Jews took several decades to be addressed and recovered. Many of those losses to the crown were not made up, and the general economy of the region turned for the worse. This was offset only by the fact that the discovery of the New World, which will be our topic in 2 weeks, was able to reimburse the crown with a lot of new funding that is now present. That's basically the story of a very sad period. Next week, we're going to look at Don Yitzhak Abravanel, who was a heroic figure, like many of the Sephardic individuals we studied. He's also someone who combined tremendous political capacity and activity with scholarship. He wrote a major commentary on the Bible, for example, and that studies and hopefully we'll be able to move on from this very dark period coming up. But I thank you as always for your attention and your input. Have a good day. Rabbi Abravanel is so fantastically heroic and important. I wish I could spend so much more time researching his life, his activity. I'm deeply inspired by it. Our sponsor tonight is Mr. Charles Joseph, who has been a long-time sponsor of these classes in various forms, a sponsor of my most recent book, which I deeply appreciate and dedicated to his beloved parents. Tonight's source is going to rely very heavily on the research of a man named Ben-Zion Netanyahu, born in Warsaw at the beginning of the century. Ironically, it's the same birth date as my grandmother, Alaa Shalom. So how old she would have been. And he passed away just a few years ago. He was a professor. He became interested in Sephardic studies, a professor at the University of Denver, then at Cornell University, and actually briefly had an office near his office when I was there as a postdoctoral fellow. Later, the Encyclopedia Hebraica. But the reason why we're studying him tonight, of course, is because he wrote a definitive biography of Abravanel, Abarbanel, get to that name in a second, which was published originally in 1953 and then reissued 3 times afterwards for this class. You may recognize the name Netanyahu because here he is with his illustrious son Benjamin, the current Prime Minister of Israel. He's also the father of Rami Netanyahu, the hero of Ben Tevi, and really very impressive individual. Another son also involved in that. Yeah. So he has a political and a religious history that's fascinating, but for our purposes, it's his work as a historian that will inform most of our comments. Okay, so I want to go back to something that we spoke about briefly when we looked at the life of Abraham Sandor last week. And I alluded to this idea that I I first read the work of Rollo, I really thought that the whole connection and the Holocaust was stretch. When I read Benjamin Netanyahu's work, though, I see that it's quite possible when you look at the date that Hilberg, who was not an expert in this part of history, was probably heavily influenced by Netanyahu's work because that's where you see the pieces developed in a much more precise fashion. And I think we can look at this in the sense that there's, I'm sure you've heard the famous passage from Santayana, which is all those, what is it, those who ignore history are doomed to repeat it. And in our, here at Touro College, our chair of our history department, Toba Singer, likes to say to students, those who forget history are doomed to repeat it next semester. Right? Take it again. So there's another quip that says, well, history may not repeat itself, but it certainly rhymes. And there's an eerie rhyme going on here. Let's look for a second at some basic elements of Netanyahu's breakdown of the onset of the Inquisition and the expulsion, and I think we have some eerie parallels. This is the 17th century rendition of an auto da fe, a mass execution, burning at the stake as a result of inquisitorial activity. So if we look at this pattern that we discussed last week, it really starts out in the late 14th century when you have these mass conversions of Jews. Netanyahu tends to take a very economic approach to the reasoning behind these mass conversions. Much of the anti-Jewish legislation, he argued, or activity like rioting, he argues came primarily from the burgher class, meaning not the nobility, not the peasantry, but the urban class, a burgeoning commercial class, saw the Jews as direct competitor in their various fields of endeavor. And so it was they who really fomented much of this activity. Ironically, Netanyahu argued that they were unprepared for the results because the ongoing growth in the relationship between Christianity and Judaism has been, Jews were given the option of convert or die, and as we saw in the Ashkenazic lands in the Crusades, quite often they chose simply to die. In some cases, suicide. And other occasions, which makes it a little bit more complicated than just the binary choice of convert or die, two other choices. One is, or pay lots of money to leave you alone. And the fourth choice is to run away. The burghers were expecting perhaps one of those options. They were not, according to Netanyahu, expecting the fact that Jews might say, okay, let's convert. Which is in fact what happened in 1391, is that the Jews unexpectedly and en masse decided to accept Christianity, which is not something that you see as a pattern in much of European Jewish history. The reasons why it differed in the 14th century are beyond the scope of our inquiry today. Netanyahu would argue that it was primarily for social mobility. As the Sephardic Jews felt, this is a really terrible situation. We'd rather much prefer to remain Jews and remain in our sphere of activity and have our commercial privileges ratified. But if we're given the choice, perhaps we should perform a convert and maintain our business practices as always. And then when things calm down, we will go back to Jewish identity. And the burghers, argues Netanyahu, were caught off guard by this. And of course, it was a disastrously counterproductive strategy because once the Jews converted, the Christian state had no legal mechanism to discriminate against them. And all of a sudden, all of the restrictions on commerce, on settlement, on education, on advancement of professions, on entry into guilds, were all disappeared in an instant. And so they were confronted with perhaps 100,000 new competitors who had the same legal rights that they did. Hence, this caused the persecution of these so-called new Christians, where the Christian state now had to actually create a new category that did not exist in Christian theology. These almost, they had performed the rites of baptism, and by all traditional canon law, they were in fact full Christians. What is a new Christian? The new Christian and their children and their grandchildren were kind of like really suspect, not exactly sure what to do with them. This led to the Inquisition because the church was interested in, well, what are we doing with all these people who claim to be Christian and they're not really practicing and they're going back to the Jewish roots, so you had to inquire and ask for bona fide, quite literally. And the Inquisition led, as we discussed last week, the isolation of the Jewish community because the Jews who had converted were still in an extensive relationship with their erstwhile co-religionists, and this ultimately and inevitably led to the expulsion. This is the kind of flow of history that we discussed last week. Netanyahu, there are others who agree, particularly with the economic component of this analysis, but it sounds remarkably familiar. If you look at the late 19th century and early 20th century of Germany, we see, let's put up the Spanish pattern over here on the left, we see almost identical things happening in Germany. This is the line of history, perhaps. Late 19th century and 20th century, you have a massive number of Jews converting to Christianity. Again, purely pro forma, as a means to gain entry to all of the avenues of social advancement that were closed to them. And we could rattle off a dozen names of prominent individuals in the 19th century in all fields of endeavor who were Jews who chose Christianity for those reasons. Some, like Heinrich Heine, regretted it and decided and described it as baptism was their ticket to European culture, but nevertheless felt badly about it for the rest of their lives. Not our point. It allowed for tremendous social mobility, where you had all of these Jews who were, reaching the tops of their professions and intermarrying extensively with Germans, and this created an environment that, not religiously but socially, was untenable because Aryans felt themselves excluded from their own country. There was kind of like separate class of people who were like the in crowd, who were Jews with a tremendous amount of power in media, in banking, in arts and culture, and so on. This leads under the Nazi period to an isolation of the Jewish community, passing restrictive legislation to try and identify those Germans who are non-Aryan and separating them away from the rest of the population, ultimately leading to expulsion. And and then obviously that could not be wholesale in Germany because they still had the rule of law then, but ultimately found its expression in the Holocaust. So this rhyme of history, this linkage of the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion to the 20th century Holocaust, I think actually has a tremendous amount of theoretical appeal, and it's a kind of resonance that we have to be aware of, even in our own days. Okay, but let us concentrate on our main topic today, which is on Yitzhak Abravanel. We should begin with, how do we say his name? Netanyahu actually catalogs 17 highly distinct spellings of his name in the Latin alphabet. He's active in Spain, Portugal, and as a result, using the Latin alphabet of one of its variations, and 9 different spellings in Hebrew. And Hebrew, of course, does not conventionally include vowels in its written or printed writings, so it gets even worse. How exactly do you pronounce it? One of the most popular versions in America is Abarbanel, and when I told my wife I was giving a lecture on Abravanel, she said, "Ooh." And I said, Abarbanel, oh, like the wine, right? That's how she remembers it that way. Abarbanel is perhaps, you go to yeshiva, they'll say Abarbanel, the popular song, Abarbanel, ba ba ba, Abarbanel, heard it? But the probably correct, I'm following Netanyahu here, probably correct is Abravanel. That's probably how he pronounced it, more or less, with my Canadian accent. His years are 1437 to 1508. He came from an extremely illustrious family. Many communal leaders in his lineage, fathers, grandfathers, great-grandfathers, all tremendous wealth and prestige, honor, leaders of the his family originates in Spain, in the city of Seville, which ironically was one of the epicenters of the anti-Jewish activity in the 14th century. And in fact, very tragically, his own grandfather, Shmuel, converted to Christianity. We don't know enough about the details, but most likely in the wake of those initial pogroms of 1391. Several years later, however, Shmuel brought the entire family over to Portugal, which had a decidedly more pro-Jewish, or at least tolerant approach. And there in Portugal, safe from the Inquisition, he abandoned Christianity and returned to Jewish life. Abravano rarely refers to his grandfather's conversion.
Do you
It
get
may
Angela?
have been something of
I
a
get
light
Dan more than
on his
anybody.
family
Why?
history.
I don't know.
Only find out about it.
Because I'm amazing.
Um, he received in Lisbon, where he was born, a traditional Jewish Sephardic education. And we'll look at what those things are momentarily. First, let us understand a little bit about why was Portugal so friendly to Jews when just across the border you had intense period of persecution in memory. Uh, One of the reasons is because the Spanish kings were moving rapidly towards the absolute monarchies that were modeled, let's say, France and to some degree Germany, some degree Russia, where the kings had far more absolute power. That was not at all the case in Portugal, where there was still quite a bit of division of power. One of the areas where they can report to burghers as a community, whatever revenues they generated, tax farming or commerce or whatever, could be taxed solely by the king directly. As a result, the Jews were extremely valuable because the king could deploy them specifically to fill his own coffers. The burghers were the principal, according to Netanyahu, the principal opponents of the Jews, but the king, who had sufficient power there, could allow this against the power of the church, which was weaker in Portugal, was very happy to bring these conversos into Portugal and was perfectly okay with allowing them to return to Judaism. We won't actually talk about it today, but 5 years after the Spanish expulsion, here I am not talking about it today, 5 years after the Spanish expulsion, Portugal wanted to enter into a dynastic with Spain, unifying the peninsula. The rulers reluctantly imposed the expulsion on Jews, but with kind of a wink and a nod, they said, but if you convert to Christianity, a 20-year lease on the Inquisition. In other words, just convert to Christianity, just do the thing with the water, all right? And for 20 years, we're going to look the other way on Pesach and when you kasher your house for, and kashering your meat and things like that. We'll look the other way for 20 years, hoping to keep the Jews in the population rather than having them leave. Of course, they left. Still, this was a period of tremendous change. Abravanel was right at the center of it, but in his early years, it was actually a very stable kingdom with tremendous opportunities for growth and advancement for a well-placed and rather brilliant young man like Abravanel. He was especially associated with one of the more powerful houses of nobility, the House of Braganza. The Alfonso, he became Alfonso I, the Duke of Braganza. His initial association with Braganza would be excellent for his advancement. Later on, however, it would be his demise. What was his traditional education? So he received a thorough grounding in rabbinics, and if there was a bias toward one aspect of the massive oeuvre of the rabbis, it would certainly be studies of Tanakh. He was an unparalleled expert in the Hebrew scriptures, and of course, much of his writings are based on the Hebrew scriptures. One of the Spanish, we haven't had enough time to discuss these things this semester, but one of the Spanish geniuses of their particular form of Judaic research was in text, and specifically Tanakh. So the Spaniards excelled respecting the Talmudic text and also the text. Spain was also, of course, a hotbed of Kabbalistic activity. People like the Ramban, Moshe and others, and so he was quite familiar with Kabbalistic texts. This would be very significant later on in his life as he began to write about Messianism and predict the Messianic future. He believed, for example, that 1503 was the year the Mashiach came. He was quite disappointed to live past that day without Mashiach. At the same time, again, in a typically Sephardic mode, he received a very extensive thorough education in secular studies. Rhetoric was a big deal. He studied Cicero, Thucydides, many of the great Latin classics in particular, and he even studied the Church Fathers, who were also noted for their rigorous dialectic and their expression in Latin quite well. He was heavily influenced by Aristotle, although he had significant differences with Maimonides, and one of his great works was a commentary on Maimonides. Later, through the influence of his son, he began to shift himself a little bit more towards Neoplatonics, but nevertheless, we're talking about a person who's truly a gifted and well-rounded individual with a tremendous breadth of sources at his fingertips. In fact, one of the more popular of the Hebrew commentators on the Bible in the church, primarily because of his very liberal attitude towards deriving arguments from sources outside of Judaic tradition per se. Okay. So, in Portugal, he rose along a trajectory that you might anticipate for a person of this stature, with the background that he had and the experience of his fathers and forefathers. He rose to become the leader of Portuguese Jewry under Alfonso V in his 30s, and he performed a number of economic activities, tax farming, just like Abraham Sr., many of the patterns that we've seen in other figures. He also was pioneered, or we shouldn't say pioneered, he led the charge for defending world Jewry whenever he saw an opportunity to help out. For example, there's a terrible story of 250 Jews who were taken from one particular island and thrown into slavery, and this was something that happened from time to time in Jewish communities where they were seized by pirates and put on the slave market. Portugal was very big in the slave market, and Abravano raced around the peninsula, gathering up a huge amount of sun to track down each one of these Jews who were sold into slavery and then ransoming them back. And for this kind of activities, he earned the respect and admiration of the entire Jewish population, who looked to him as a Moses-like figure, someone who was truly deserving of respect and adulation. Yes, question? Can I zoom in on the face a little bit? On the words. Not so easily. And when you go online, let's try this here. Control plus. Yeah, sorry. Dude, what are you going to do? Write down notes and stuff. He had a massive fortune. At one point, there was a loan of an astronomical amount collected by the nobility of Spain, in Portugal, to give to finance a particular war effort, and he himself gave more than 10% of it to personal coffers, rather remarkable amount. He had a happy family life, fathered 3 sons, who followed in his path and who achieved fame on their own, many other fields as well as leadership. And when he came in touch with them, when the family was atomized by the Spanish expulsion, managed to reunite with them before the end of his life. But as you can imagine, this was short-lived. That's kind of like his trajectory upward, and he's active as a political and as a communal figure, very serious success as an economic figure, but his patron, Alfonso V, died of plague, which was devastating the Iberian Peninsula at this time. He was 49 years old. It was completely unexpected, and this changed Abravano's fortune dramatically. His successor, and this name I'm not sure how to pronounce it, some say Joao I like to think of it as wow, because I think I told you last week when he was born, they said wow, it's a boy. I can't do that joke twice. But wow, the second, the successor, was not at all the same as his father. Among other things, he was very land poor. Complained once that all my father left me were the roads of Portugal, meaning no landed estates, no massive treasury, and here he's trying to build together. He's seeing that all the other kings are moving towards the direction of the absolute monarchy, l'état, roi, these kinds of attitudes of the state being identical with the king, and Portugal is the ugly duckling in the background. So one of the ways that he hoped shore up his authority was to find some quick sources of wealth and then distribute it in order to buy the loyalty of the nobility. The two obvious solutions were to dismantle the House of Braganza, which was a major rival for the throne, and seize their lands and then be able to distribute it to other nobles. And since Abravanel was one of the primary um, figures supported by the House of Braganza, he was definitely caught in the sights of Wow the Second. What happened was Abravanel was summoned to court shortly after the death of Alfonso V. He left home with a single traveling companion, and on the way, he stopped at an inn, and they learned that, in fact, the House of Braganza, the Duke, had been arrested. So Abravanel put two and two together, and he realized that he was not being called to court to get a promotion. He was, in fact, something much worse, and so a very difficult decision was posed to him, and he decided that he had to flee Portugal altogether, leave his family behind. He realized he could not simply skip across the border directly, because that would have taken him immediately past the House of Braganza itself. So he decided to move south along the coast of the peninsula, where he was undetected, and only then, after some time, he cut across the border and made his way into Spain and states. He was declared a traitor to Portugal, as expected. All of his wealth was confiscated. Fortunately, his family was allowed to flee as well, impoverished, but nevertheless with their lives, and they made their way across the border into Spain. So he was dispossessed of all of his authority and all of his wealth in one fell swoop, and it's amazing how he was able to climb back up from that, not once, but several times, an indication of his phenomenal political prowess. His initial period in Spain was one in which he battled um, I think depression would be too hard a word, but he battled the fate that in some ways, ironically echoed that of his grandfather. In fact, there's a small ironic twist to it. Abravanel anticipated that some of his family might have been held against him for ransom, and in fact, shortly after spirited his family out of Spain, he learned of the plot to kidnap his one-year-old grandson and forcibly baptize him, thus claiming he was a Christian would have to remain in Portugal, and then Abdullah would be forced to come back and use the king. So he was nevertheless able to clear all his family out before that happened, and he poured his energy into his life, something which he had done a little bit of earlier. He did a couple of small treatises on a number of topics, but once he came to Spain and dispossessed of all of his lands and his authority, he wrote a commentary on the first three books of Tanakh, the first post Chumash books of Tanakh, the biblical books of Joshua, Judges, and Samuel. And it was an incredibly prolific output and created a classic work which is still studied to this day. He wrote the equivalent of 400,000 words in 4.5 months. And for those of you who have not written novels or anything, put it in time and space. Your typical novel is somewhere between 50 and 75,000 words in length. My book that I published a couple of months ago is about 300 pages long, and it comes in at 69,000 words. So that means that this files that I worked on since like 1994, he wrote 6 of them in 6 months. It's just an incredible output and genius, fantastic research into the language and meaning. And what else is fascinating about it is because he writes with an unusual sense of self, in which, when in the Book of Kings, for example, which is not in his initial life, but his commentary in the Book of Kings, he says things like, yeah, this is exactly the way it was when I lived in Lisbon. And the kings were just like it was over here. And he explains the Book of Kings, talking about Solomon and rebellion and so on. He's saying he gives examples from things that he personally witnessed in the royal court. So his perspective is hardly academic. It's more like a memoir. Imagine something like, I don't know, Lieberman writing not only a book about Shabbos, but a learned book, commentary on something in the Bible. And yeah, this is just like with Al Gore and Bill Clinton, he had this problem. That's sort of what it's like. It's an unusual combination of commentary on the Bible and political memoir. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And very flipping. He has a lot to say about the culture. Of course, talent and his reputation, he was summoned to King Ferdinand and he was allowed to work with him. Of course, regardless of his grandfather's earlier conversion. And
Why are you doing that partner, girl?
now he's
You're looking pretty good from here.
where he was essentially
Fuck
the
is
third
that?
in command at was appointed the head of the government, and Abraham was the principal tax collector. He was directly under the older Abraham Senior. He rose to tremendous prominence in Spain after having been tremendous prominence in Italy. But, sorry, in Portugal. And that was from his place in 1483 to 1492. He was 9 odd years. Amazingly, Abravano and the other Jews did not anticipate. And so now he writes about this. How is it possible? A lot of it has to do with his own. In fact, I didn't know this, but Machiavelli wrote that Ferdinand was his model. Exactly what he was writing about. Ferdinand was able to also his famous or infamous for listening to people without any emotion about what he actually planned to do. In fact, charged by this expulsion. Abravano attempted to do the expulsion. It was the March, and it was supposed to take effect July, so it was time to expel several 100,000 people. Abravano raised a massive line, often bringing the vast there's one famous scene Abravano did not write about, we don't have it on the word, we have some accounts in which they was the principal mover behind the expulsion, that they Ferdinand, but at the same moment, he said, listen, why are you talking to Ella? And on opening the hall, all we have to do is watch Abraham. He was apparently very much involved in talking inquisitively. And so Abravano and Saint to make the Queen, however, wanted to go and thoughts that the king has are planted there by God. Only God really inspires the king to act. And Abravano, rather than begging, according to the accounts we have, rather than begging, he realized it was hopeless, so he raised him up only have third-hand accounts. Unlike Senor and his son-in-law and the family who chose to Spain and ultimately as a final choice to exile with no Isabella and Ferdinand did beg him to stay and so this began a period of tremendous wandering. He's already now
That's cute. That's cute as fuck.
to either to North Africa or to Navarre and crossing the seas into Europe proper. Later, we're going to have masters to Spartan here. Amsterdam, for example, he chose less popular, quite show as well in Africa, but he ultimately decided to come to Italy. And many other Jews that we'll discuss after modern Turkey had some hesitation about going to a Muslim country, and so family neighborhood to Naples know that well. The Albanos were on one of them, and the Jews on the slave. So in Naples, oh my gosh, except that not think of a Jews slave, nevertheless, removed by the fight of these illegal accepting and also cared for them. War, and when he was in Naples, he resumed his biblical commentary to the other that would have. There, however, interrupted stay there, he ended up having to flee first to Italy, then later to Palermo, and then finally to Corfu and Monopoly. Wandering for many years, sometimes only a few weeks or a few months, as the war progressed and closed off many avenues. He began to expand his writings beyond biblical commentary, on the Paschal Lamb, the Paschal Sacrifice. It comes down to a commentary on Haggadah, and a series of works on the nature of prophecy and message in our times. And at this point, one of his sons in particular, very taken with the Kabbalah that we spoke about with Gabriel and others, and he began to try to use the knowledge of the Torah to calculate the Messianic as I mentioned, ultimately he was sadly last major stop was where yeah, that's right. Yeah, definitely. Still have legal communities, still have isolated coastal communities. Hong Kong was part of China and part of England at the same time. And Frank Silas left them out. And really ask questions about something as rough as this. Or in fact, a migrating place. The whole story of the Spartacus in London is really not. Before that, though, went spring semester. Okay. So Vita, here we are again. Last stop was Venice. And I think this is one of the most ironic aspects of this day here. Remember, you have to understand that at this point, this is a man who is already into his seventh decade, has been wandering for much of the last 2 decades, has seen himself rise to power and been thrown down to the depths several times, running for his life, separated from his family for years at a time. Many other details I'll share with you, but for example, he wrote an entire commentary in the book of the Garden, and he lost it. And he was very fortunate when he found a copy many years later that gets one of his sons. So, yes, copy today. But the incredible expressiveness of this phenomenal individual you would be associated with. Here's the situation. These two maps here show the Silk Road and the Spice Route. You have tremendous wealth of natural resources. Spices are especially valuable because you can, this is for refrigeration, spices are necessary to keep meat longer and so on. Silk is primarily Turkey and in East China and elsewhere, globally regarded superpowers is a highly valuable luxury commodity. It's very easy to transport, very light, and has a tremendous return on investment. So you've got India is packed with wealth, China is packed with this kind of wealth. Europeans way up here just want that stuff, spice, and so on. Hence the name spice silk road. But the thing is, there are only two routes. There is the overland route, which takes you across the Himalayas into Baghdad, and then out here from, let's say, Lebanon, Syria, and then Venice was one of the Mediterranean ports that controls the trade. Or you could go the maritime route, which essentially took you through Maritime, and then up no Suez Canal at this point, so then it has to go overland either above the Sahara Desert or once again into the Mediterranean basin. And one of the most important things about the economics of the Silk Route and Spice Route is that every time you stop the caravan, taxes. Every place you stop, there's a toll. Every place you go, you got security to keep away the brigands. It's an expensive venture. And like you might buy a bulk of silk for, let's say, $1 in China, by the time you finish paying taxes on it, you've got to sell it for $500 in France. It expands in price so much. The literally try and find a way to get from India to Europe without paying every restaurant. Kind of like traveling experience. Sleep one stop every step. But let's go on. This is what happens right. Vasco da Gama. You recall we spoke a few ago about Abraham Zacuto and his development of the astrolabe, the development of the Alfonso table, that allowed Vasco to make it. And this is suddenly way forward on their economic ability as a result. Vasco da Gama found a way to get around the coast of South Africa, primarily through a lot of the pattern. This is a really dangerous turnaround here. From a while back, essentially back to India without having to make all the stops. This maritime route was relatively fortunate dominant at least for half century. There's a phenomenal amount of money in silk and Venice, silver not about it. It's like I don't know, VHS, it's just VHS is all over, right? For those of us who are born in let's say 1990, VHS is kind of like a kind of like always talking. Anyway, now when Abravano landed there, and we can see what he did. Abravano, initially, I was planned. Yesterday, the king said, hey, I have an idea of how we can effectively trade Portugal. You don't have to take a bit of a lot, but on the other hand, you have the local trade network already built into Europe, and for some of your properties. The kings and nobles of Venice heard this elderly patriarch, long flowing beard, apparently very tall individual, and thought his time was and they got there and said, okay, you will be our prime negotiator back to Portugal. imagine in Portugal, that originally was exiled, he's under a death penalty in Portugal. You go back to Portugal as our monastery. Unfortunately, Portugal said, we're not even interested in learning about this, because we're going to keep all the money for ourselves. We make our own trade deal things and not able to
I'll tell you, this concert is really fucking good. Really? I think so. I mean, I pick a lot of cool songs.
I find it slightly larger because it has a lot of absolutely fascinating exercise to go through. Particularly this I has that it has children. We rather than there was a video feedback that now he's going to talk about this topic much zero on much nevertheless, this is in many ways encapsulate and the unique artist, someone who is tremendously skilled in a wide variety of academic disciplines, completely at home in a non-Jewish environment, and is able to negotiate things without embarrassment, and at the same time, absolutely true to the and presenting a broad-minded, compelling, and appealing. I really enjoy doing all about fascinating. I feel like fun yours, but difficult. How do they handle it? Fun or looking for the I was a lot better about my own career. My wife and I observed that first 7 years were married time, and that was really tiring. 5 years, it young, you got the energy, and it was all for something. You put out such a tremendous amount of material, and there's such incredible all I can say is motivate my next project. In fact, only things I will write. Well, one more thing. I also, I'm just reflecting on myself. What I take from this particular lecture is the incredible parallel with Nazi Germany in 1930. Never took that seriously. But, I think Netanyahu and Professor Hilbert really have a case to make there. You haven't seen the lecture on that, I'm back and watch that because how part of that argument, and of course, we discuss how it looks greater detail in the future. Monica, the first light, right after recording, if you have any Monica presents for your loved one, may I suggest blog. I really enjoyed writing the book. I think it's a one, and I do cover stuff and learn about the tremendous activity, especially already something very artist, and I hope to project. Otherwise, hope you have a fantastic holiday. Next week off, or for the holiday, and then we'll return on December 25th with the final lecture. Thank you very much for joining us. Okay, welcome to the spring semester of lectures. This is going to be an absolutely fantastic series. I'm so pumped up myself about the research that I've been doing over the break since the fall semester. And our basic topic is going to be moving from the Iberian Peninsula, the history of the Spain and Portugal, to the Sephardic diaspora. So over the course of the next 10 odd, 12 odd weeks, we're going to be exploring what exactly happened to the Sephardim as they left the Iberian Peninsula, as they tend to focus on the lives of particular individuals. Tonight, we're going to talk about someone who has received very little attention in the scholarly world, even though there is quite a bit of archival data that can be mined, and only now are scholars work with the material that we have, particularly in Italian archives, the life of Benvenida Abravanel. As the name indicates, she is a member of the great Abravanel family. I'll show you her family tree. Interesting skeletons buried there that we'll explore. But she's exemplary in so many ways of the new identity that Sephardim began to develop as they entered the century of their diaspora. Last I hope to share with you global ideas like, in many ways, they really constituted the first diaspora community since the exile of Jews from Israel in the first century, and they were able to become an international community far more than the prior diaspora. And in many ways, their identity are world more than anyone else. So I'm also very grateful to think about this. It's so hard to find enough historical material actually tell or even popular lectures. Just we have quite a bit of material on Romano, and I look forward to sharing the aspects. Let's develop the material here too far. As I mentioned, the series is going to focus for the next semester on them as they fled the Iberian Peninsula, arrows showing them traveling to northern Europe, to the entire Mediterranean Ottoman Empire, and also up to the America. We'll look at the Jews as well. I'm also hoping to discuss the experience of the Holocaust that is also I wrote one article a long time ago and updated the history because few scholars really study Sephardim as opposed to Ashkenazi, even though Sephardim was by the particularly. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Dr. Karen and Michael Marcus in memory of the parents, Karen and Isaac and Bertha Marcus. We're very grateful for the sponsorship. Your presence here tonight is sponsorship enough. It makes me feel very proud that so many of you come out to the lecture. And for all of you on the internet, we're getting about 2,000 views a day, which is kind of an impressive number, I think. We're really grateful for your participation as well. If you would like to support this series, we're engaging in this project primarily to raise funds for student scholarships. We've raised $12,000 so far. I have a goal of $100,000, so we're almost there. And the website is bit.ly/ the Friends of Jewish History. We have 5 lectures this semester that have yet to be sponsored. $250 each for a sponsorship. That's a really nice way to participate. But I also really appreciate getting smaller donations too. They all go into the same pot. Even the push from my desk goes into this pot, and it helps out our students. Okay, in terms of courses that we'll use for tonight's lecture, I'm going to rely on 3 sources in particular. I like to give some authors to those who help us out with the background material here. First of all, there's no monograph length study that I'm familiar with yet in any language on the life of Benvenida Abrahana. We have a few chapter length studies. Professor Howard C. Edelman, a Mendez and the family in Ferrara. Fascinating story of their rivalry. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a picture of her. And Professor David Rothschild wrote an amazing article that will occupy the latter third of this lecture. We look at the remarkable will of Benvenida Abrevano's husband, Noel, which occasioned an international debate over what exactly women's inheritance rights, the customs of the secular world as opposed to halacha, and so on. That's his research. And finally, I have to say that I don't do this often enough, but I rely very heavily on phenomenal library staff. They're incredibly professional, incredibly swift, helpful. I have to say that the nicest people in the world end up becoming librarians because all they want to do is help you. So happy to come into the library. In particular, I was there for one article that I didn't have, and it was lecture, and the amazing Carol Shapiro indicated here in the Manhattan campus got it for me in the blink of an eye, and I'm very grateful to her and to all the library staff, particularly the basement of Avenue J. Okay, so that's the quick good and welfare. One last detail I've decided to change a little bit for this semester. For a long time I used to tell a joke at the beginning of every class, and I thought that went great. I really enjoyed it. Then for a while people complained on the internet, so I stopped telling jokes. And then people complained on the internet, hey, where's the joke? And then most recently the complaints I'm getting on the internet is, you have to realize that I've been giving these lectures for like 5 years. So there's quite a few, several hundred lectures on the web, and people complain saying, wait a minute, you told that joke already. I mean, how many jokes can I possibly know? So anyways, this is what I'm going to try to do this semester. I'm going to only tell jokes for the first time. I've never told these jokes before. It usually takes me about 4 or 5 tellings before I get it right, but you're going to suffer through the first time. So here's the joke, and then we'll get started. David has led a really profligate life. He has visited houses of ill repute. He's cheated others. He has been incredibly disrespectful of the Sabbath and the holidays, and generally lived a life of wastefulness and wanton behavior. And he's on his deathbed. The rabbi comes to him, David, after this long life and all of the mistakes you made, and all the bad choices you made, and how you transgressed the Torah in so many ways, now is the time that you should denounce your Yetzer Hara, your evil inclination. You should denounce the Satan, denounce Satan, who tempted you into all of these evil ways. Now is the time to make your stand and say what you really believe. Are you prepared to denounce the Yetzer Hara and the Satan? And David says, Rabbi, until I know where I'm going, I don't think it's so wise to do that. Okay. Not so funny, but like I said, first time I'm telling it. Okay, thank you for the shrug. Okay, let's go on. Let's talk history. So, the Abrevano dynasty. We spent quite a bit of time talking about Don Isaac Abrevano, so let's place Benvenida, sometimes spelled, by the way, Benvenida, in this context. So here is Don Isaac Abrevano, or Abarbanel, who was, of course, the great leader of the Jewish people in Spain, on to Venice, and the other places as well. He was originally of Spanish roots, but as you recall, we discussed in the class a few weeks ago, his father was forcibly converted, possibly at the end of the 14th century, as indicated here. Then, a few decades later, he fled to Portugal, and he adopted his Jewish identity and recanted his forced conversion. And there he raised his family. Judah was his son, and Judah had several sons, one of which was named Don Isaac. Yitzchak, Don Isaac Abrevano, had a son named Samuel. Brother Jacob had a daughter named Benvenida. We don't have her birth date, but it would be reasonable to assume that she was probably born somewhere around 1390 or 1500. and the two of them married. Their first cousins married. The laws of consanguinity, I think that's how you pronounce that word. The laws of blood relations are somewhat more flexible in traditional Judaism, although not really practiced more widely. At any rate, she comes from the Abravanel side through both her father and through her father-in-law and her husband Samuel. So that's where she fits within the overall family. She had several children, Letitia, Judah, Jacob, and Yoya. And there's more to the story that and most of the story occurs right at the beginning of the Portuguese and Spanish diaspora. I've mentioned Spain and Portugal several times in the last few sentences because you have Shmuel who migrates from Spain into Portugal. Then you have his grandson Isaac migrating from Portugal into Spain, and then of course expelled. What is the of Spanish and Portuguese Jews? You'll see quite often that they're mentioned in the same breath about the diaspora. What is the big deal about Portugal? The obvious point is, of course, that so many Jews fled from the expulsion of 1492 into Portugal, but they were only there for decades at most, stretching into the 16th century and slowly making their way out of there. How long does it take before you adopt the identity of the neighboring country? Here you have, for example, from the website of Congregation Charles Israel here in New York, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue. And as the website indicates, it was started by 23 Jews in 1654. And for only 22 Jews did they really have to have Spanish and Portuguese. I mean, could they get away with Spanish or even Iberian? Why do they have to specifically designate Spanish and Portuguese? So I would like to prefer as a possibility that definitely has some historical validity, but it's a little bit of a chidush, a little bit of an insight that I had. We should recall there is a key difference between the way in which Spanish Jews, by and large, were able to integrate into larger society and Portuguese Jews. Why is that so? We should remember the way that the Inquisition and the expulsions work. The Inquisition was not per se directed at Jews. The Inquisition, you will recall, was directed at Jews who had converted, forcibly or otherwise, and were secretly Judaizing, or were suspected of Judaizing. In other words, you have, like, let's say, a massive forced conversion of Jews in 1391, and all of a sudden you have several generations of Christians who have full access to everything that Spain has to offer, no more legal restrictions, but on the other hand, they only marry other converted Christians. They insist on going back to buy food for Passover, going back to synagogue to get lessons in Hebrew, and their Christianity is questioned by the church, leading ultimately to the institution of the Inquisition, which specifically inquired into the bona fides, literally the good faith, of their Christianity. The Inquisition per se targeted the so-called new Christians. The expulsion, on the other hand, 1492, was directed at Jews, not the new Christians. The Jews were expelled because, at least as was argued in the writ of expulsion, they were expelled because they were they exerted a gravitational pull on the new Christians. That so long as the Jews maintained their own distinct polity within the Iberian Peninsula, the new Christians would always be going back to them, would always be getting more religious training from them, and you could never be sure of their Christian faith. So therefore, in 1492, it was the Jews who were expelled. The new Christians, technically, could stay. When we get to the Portuguese point, and I'll pause for a question. So when the Jews were expelled, the first place that they went, of course, was Portugal. This is the easiest crossing. It involves no major cultural shift. They don't have to move into Arab, Muslim North Africa. They don't have to move out of Spanish-speaking Spain into France, for example. They certainly don't have to make the dangerous sea voyages out here, but they may not be accepted in any of the ports they visit, and forget about going to New York or any place like that. New York at this point is so backward, there's not a single Chinese restaurant anywhere in Manhattan. So Portugal absorbed a lot of these. Now, we are not going to go into the details of the Portuguese experience today because I've scheduled it more for next week. But we should understand that the Portuguese experience was very, very different. There, the kings were not necessarily so rabidly doctrinal about their pursuit of Christian ideological purity. They are prepared to tolerate a lot more open hypocrisy in order to keep the Jews within their boundaries. And they are willing to engage in all kinds of stratagems to Jewish wealth in Portugal and simply turn a blind eye to their poor observance of Christianity. So you had in Portugal a lot more Christians, a lot more Jews who had converted for reasons that we'll discuss in much greater detail, God willing, next week. When they also were forced out of Portugal, 1497 and later, then you had two distinct populations in Mediterranean basins. You had Spaniards, Sephardic Jews per se, who were the old Jews, who had never converted, and you had the Portuguese new Christians who were returning to their Jewish roots, but technically freed from the shackles of Jewish religious identity and legal disability. And the two groups had a very different access and entree to European culture, to European laws and society, as we shall explore. One of the great rivalries that we'll talk about today is between the Albravanos, who were Sephardim, who never converted, and the Mendes family from Dona Gracia Mendes, who was one of the Portuguese who had converted and was returning. By the way, in terms of the Portuguese uh, pressure placed on Jews, tremendously horrible things, and we will go into greater detail next week. But I wanted to mention one of the worst is the exile of Jewish children, separating them from their parents and sending them from Portugal. You can see on the west coast of Europe there, down to the islands, the Portuguese islands of Sao Tome, here off the coast of West Africa. Absolutely horrific conditions. We'll talk about it more next week. The Mendes family here, this is actually the niece of Gracia Mendes, not Gracia herself, were from that Portuguese stock, and they had, in many ways, a lot more rights and privileges because they technically were converted Christians. And for typically economic reasons, the local ruling powers were prepared to turn a blind eye to their personal domestic practice if they stayed within their environments and contributed to the economic climate of society. Okay, so that's where the Albravanos fit. They are old Jews, the Sephardim per se, not the Portuguese. And we'll probably explore this economy more later as well. So let's look a little bit specifically at her life. We know most about her life in the period between Naples and Ferrara. Anyways, here is the map of Italy, and the Abravanos ended up here in Naples, where they lived for quite some time. The husband, Samuel Shmuel, was referred to in a local municipal document, non-Jewish document, as the king of the Jews. Now, obviously, the Jews did not have a king at this time, but this was probably referring to his high social standing and his great wealth that he was able to leverage to support the Jews of his community. The conflict between the church and the state was extensive during the 16th century. Reformation, Counter-Reformation was going on. Depending on which power held sway at one particular location or another, there was various degrees of pressure exerted on the Jewish communities, and specifically those Portuguese Jews who were expected to behave like a Christian whenever the church held more power than Ancona. So there were several expulsions of Jews from Naples. The Abravanos were able to avoid two of those. first in 1511, most likely by paying a large bribe to local officials. Again, a second exile was decreed upon the Jews in 1533. I know it's a good question. If they were exiled in 1511, how come they're Jews back in 1533 that you have to exile them? It's one of these ongoing patterns in Jewish history that, when Jews are expelled from a particular region, typically the economy slides, and then Jews are invited back, formally or otherwise, to contribute to the economy, and then the whole cycle starts again, as we've seen. So the second expulsion in 1533 was most likely averted through Benvenida herself because of her association with Eleonora of Toledo. This is not a picture of Benvenida herself. I put it at the front because I think it's an absolutely beautiful portrait. It's one of the most stunning 16th century portraits you'll find. It's probably one of the first portraits of a noblewoman and her heir in a portrait like this by Il Consino, her beautiful kind of arresting figure. Anyways, Eleonora was a non-Jewish woman of the Medici family. She was a ward in Benvenida's home, and she was tutored by Benvenida. She was actually raised in their home, placed there by their family in order to receive some of Benvenida's tradition and her sense of etiquette and style and so on. So we only know about this kind of secondhand, but the fact that a non-Jewish young girl from a very important family was placed within the Abravanos family to be raised gives us some indication of what their standing must have been like. As she grew up, when the expulsion of 1533 was ordered, her personal intervention, Eleonora here, made a significant difference in allowing the Abravanos to obey that expulsion as well. The joke that I had right here, I was going to say, I can't help but saying it, I was going to say that, you might think it's unfair that I should put a picture of Benvenida up there, but the reality is that, when you really become close with a student, professors actually tend to take on a little bit of their physical likeness, for example, and then I had pictures of Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, and I was going to say, these are some of my former students, George Clooney, one of my graduate students. Such a waste. Okay, anyways, so that gives you a sense of how powerful it was. But she could not avoid whatever, and in 1541, a third exile was declared, and in fact, they moved to Ferrara, which is in the north of Italy. You can see it up over here. It turned out to be a very important center for Jewish activity in Italy, primarily because of a new technology that had become quite the rage among Jews. That is the technology of printing. Benvenida was one of the primary sponsors of print scholarship. And I would love to spend a lot more time talking about this revolutionary aspect of the 16th century in the Jewish world, but I'll hold myself to maybe a couple of minutes. We should realize that the evolution of print technology made a massive difference Jews that we're still hearing today. And in fact, we feel many echoes of it today with the institution of the internet, which some of you may have heard of. The idea that you could mass produce at a reasonable price printed documents led to a literacy explosion among Jews who already prided themselves on having a higher level of literacy than the surrounding society, but all of a sudden circulate a tremendous amount of ideas very widely. We're talking about a period when you have the scene between handwritten, hugely expensive manuscripts of the Talmud and commentaries and so on, to all of a sudden having just about anybody able to actually, it's the equivalent of publishing a blog. Write something, get it out there quickly, cheaply, and so many people can access ideas. Not all societies accepted the printing revolution. The Muslims, for example, in Turkey, the Ottoman Turks, they felt that printing was such an ugly and cheap, poor imitation of the beauty of handcrafted calligraphy that they waited about 100 years before they really got on the ball with printing, not recognizing for the technological advantage that it gave society. But Jews were early adopters of printing. Many of the early printed works we have, in general, are written in Hebrew. The era of the first printing of the Talmud, for example, and so on. Really an incredible thing. So she was at the center of that new printing world. Farah was a noted location for printing. One of the first and most important books that she contributed to, which was actually dedicated to her rival, Gracia Mendez, because she apparently needed more money, was this book that we're studying next week, The Consolation for the Tribulation of Israel, which was a Portuguese work that was written by Rabbi Samuel Usque as an attempt to explain the earth-shattering significance of the expulsion. That will be our topic next week. But suddenly they're wandering around the globe, and the Latin phrase here on the banner is "God is my hope." It's a fascinating work that we'll discuss next week. So that's one of the major contributions she made, was her wealth to sponsor scholarship. She also used her wealth. One of the other unfortunate aspects of the sudden diaspora from the peninsula, she used a lot of it to ransom captives. This is a period when human trafficking was booming, and lots of stateless people were wandering around the Mediterranean basins. We're not speaking only about, of course, the rise of transatlantic African slave trade, which will really explode in the 16th century once the Portuguese open up West Africa. But there are a lot of Jews who were captured, and it's widely known throughout Europe that Jews will redeem their own. Jews will pay the ransom to get their own back. Benita is actually reputed to have ransomed over 1,000 slaves. About 1,000 Jews were taken into captivity. This, by the way, is unfortunately a modern prayer for contemporary captives, referring to those Israeli soldiers who unfortunately are captured in war and are held hostage for various negotiations. So it's still something that we have today, unfortunately. But in Benedicta's time, she really used her wealth quite liberally for the mitzvah of Pipichuya, of rescuing and redeeming captives. These are the kinds of things that she was doing there. One other thing, really quite unusual and consequential for world Jewry at the time, and Benvenida was very caught up in it, and that is the episode surrounding an unusual and mysterious figure known as David Rule. Probably born around the year 1500, died around 1550. We believe his death is kind of a mystery. He was sent to prison, ultimately in Portugal, and there he disappeared. Rubeni was a small man. Some of the references speak of him as a dwarf with a very dark skin, perhaps of African origins, and there have been a lot of suppositions. Perhaps he came from Afghanistan, perhaps he came from part of Africa, still not clear. But he strode widely across the global stage in Europe, visiting the courts of many kings and popes, and presented this amazing messianic model of a global conflict that he would engineer to bring about the coming of the Messiah. Specifically, he alluded to the mysterious kingdom of Prester John, which was a medieval concept that many Christians believed that there was a massive army, possibly of Jews, they were called the Red Jews, living inside a mountain in the Caucasus region. And at some point in the war of Gog and Magog, all of these Jews would come spilling out of this mountain, and you would have this great conflagration that would ultimately end up in Armageddon and the coming of the Messiah. Rubeni went from court to court, saying that he had the ear of Prester John himself, and that with the right inducements, he needed a little bit more reinforcement from European armies. He would actually take that host from the Caucasus Mountains, and they would invade the Ottoman Turkish Empire, and they would liberate Israel from its Muslim intruders. And this was something seen great enthusiasm by his Christian interlocutors. He actually held audiences with many kings and popes who took him seriously, and Benvenida Abrevana also took some, he created, she supported him financially, she supported him with this amazing banner that you can see represented in this piece of art here, which doesn't zoom in there, in which he has the Ten Commandments emblazoned on it, and he made kind of like a striking figure wandering with tremendous chutzpah into all of these courts and claiming when he met with the Pope, or perhaps it was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, he said, you know what? I think you should go to my relative, King João of Portugal. I love saying that name. I know I'm saying it wrong, but I like saying João. So go to him, and he'll help you out. So he went to Portugal. Again, a chutzpah, right? This is after the Jews have been expelled and they're excoriated. He goes to King João, and King João goes, you know what? This is great. I'm definitely going to chip in. You can count on me. And while he's there, he meets a young Christian named Diego Perez, who was a young man who, again, people who was converted to Christianity forcibly. He may have been the child of parents who were converted to Christianity, and he saw in David Rubeni this glimpse of a messianic future, and he became immediately a Baal Tshuva. He said, I want to follow this man, I want to get close to God through my Jewish and so on. He circumcised himself, ouch, and he followed, he became Rubeni's right-hand man and claimed his presence wherever they went. They actually later had a falling out, the two of them, and Shlomo Molcho, that was the name that he took on from his Christian name. He became Shlomo Molcho, which was Solomon, a little bit of a variation of something. This is actually his signature, highly stylized signature that heralded the arrival of Messiah. He went to the point where, because he was Christian, but returned to Judaism, he did not survive the Inquisition and was burned at the stake. David Rubeni spent a few months in Portugal, and then suddenly people thought he wasn't so amazing and ended up jailing him, and he most likely died in jail. But this is kind of an interesting interlude in Benvenida's life, in that she supported this messianic pretender who had, for a brief period of time, the attention of Wolfgang and even of the whole. One more item that gives you a sense of Benvenida's global position. The Ancona affair of 1555. Ancona is a port city located here on the western coast of Italy, and Jews were not allowed to live there, but they were tolerated because of their association with the trade. It was really important ports, and there's a lot of trade going through that particular city. The Paul IV took over the region as part of the conflict between local powers, and he immediately arrested some 50 of the Portuguese Jews who were, again, they were technically Christians who had returned to their Jewish identity after escaping their identity. And he ultimately, through the Inquisition, burned 25 of those Jews at the stake. So Gracia Mendes, who was furious, who was a very important woman, who was a Portuguese extraction, and she argued for a very strong response of rather unprecedented and the she argued that the entire port of Ancona should be boycotted, that Jews could no longer use Ancona as a port, they would cripple it economically. Mendes herself was extremely wealthy, had tremendous connections in Istanbul and in the Turkish Empire, and as a result, her point of view had a tremendous amount of economic and political clout behind it. Benvenida, on the other hand, disagreed and said that Now, if they were to antagonize the Papal States by uh, boycotting Ancona, then it would only reflect more clearly on Jews elsewhere. Furthermore, as not need to be pointed out at the time, um, Mendez herself would have profited tremendously by diverting trade away from Ancona to some of the ports that she had more interest in, whereas Rafael had much more interest in Ancona itself. After a few years of significant internal Jewish controversy, it died down, and Ancona remained open. The boycott did not take hold permanence, and it certainly did not move Paul IV to change his position. But just the very hope that a Jew should suggest a international boycott of a port, and let alone not only a Jew, a woman should suggest a boycott of a port, gives you some sense of how much these women were giants of the 16th century, and how they clashed with each other over some very significant elements. Now, the last part of the story is one that can be hard to tell well. I'll do my best to try and give it over, but we actually have quite a bit of archival evidence to back up this part of the story. You'll recall that in many of our discussions in the past, a lot of Jewish history is reconstructed from the responsa literature, Shelot and Chuvot. This is when there's some kind of legal dispute or a question about practice, about changing social mores, a question seeking guidance on how Jews are to react to those changing mores, and the answers that the rabbis give back say a lot. Besides the theological and halachic Jewish legal information, they tend to say a lot about the nature of the social fabric of the historical period. For a long time, we have possessed significant responsa literature about a very notorious will that occurred in Ferrara in the 16th century, but it's only in recent years that it has been connected specifically with Ben Benita Abravana. And Rabbi Rothschild has published a major 60-page article that identifies all of the archival sources that points specifically to her. So we know the story of this controversial will is in fact associated with her and her family. And it's a sad story. And by the way, it makes me think of my father, Rabbi Shalom, who always used to tell me that whenever there is a will, there is going to be family disputes, that children fight over the inheritance. That never happened. My father, Rabbi Shalom, passed away, but only because I'm an only child. Who else am I going to fight with? But, anyways, here's the story. Samuel, husband of Ben Benita, some years after the exile from Naples to Ferrara, had to go on a long journey. And he apparently at that time composed a will. Then, several years later, while he was being treated for an illness, possibly, he was ultimately killed by a medicine that was prescribed to him by a local doctor. May have been malpractice, perhaps it was an allergy, who knows. But at any rate, Samuel dies, I believe it was 1550. And there is immediately a dispute over the disposition of his property. Now, you would think that it should be fairly straightforward. Jewish law tends to give priority to the firstborn male child. There are firstborn male children here. There are survivors. What's the problem? The main problem is that Samuel had a child from a previous relationship, and his name was Isaac. Now, we don't know, it's not entirely clear how Isaac came to be. Sources are vague, the Jewish sources at any rate. The Italian sources refer to him as naturale bastardo, which I think you can anticipate what that might mean, but like as a natural son. It could have come from a prior marriage, of which we are ignorant. But anyways, the firstborn male was his son Isaac, only a half sibling to the later children who were born to Ben-Benita. Now Isaac, upon the death of his father, claimed assets. And Isaac, by the way, was known to Ben-Benita. It's not a secret. He did not live with the family. He was an adult at the time. And he claimed his share, which according to traditional biblical law, would be Pishnayim, which would be twice the size of his younger brother, and younger brother's share. However, another very well-respected principle of Jewish law is Hamotzi Mekavero Olav Lahevia Raya. If you want to take property that is in the possession of someone else, the onus is on you to provide proof that you should get this. So there was a dispute, and 3 years after Shmuel Abravanel dies, Ben-Benita produces the will. So one of the big questions is, why did she wait 3 years to produce this will? Shmuel's property is not Isaac and is not his son Judah, it's Ben-Benita. He leaves his property to his wife as his heir, and that is highly unusual in Jewish law. Typically, the firstborn son receives more, the other son receives the balance, and the mother is expected to be supported by the son. This is, when you read the Torah, you imagine kind of like the Middle Eastern ancient setting, you always imagine, I shouldn't say always, but predominantly women live in the shadow of men. They're in the shadow of the protective father, the protective husband, or in this case, the protective sons. There's a lot of fascinating discussion on halacha. What does it mean now that women have economic independence? What does that mean for many of these issues? And it came to play here as well. And not only was Ben-Benita named the heir of all the property, she was the executrix. She could decide when and how much to give to each of the sons. There was an indication that they should receive part of that wealth, but it depended on how they behaved and who they married. They married women that Ben-Benita approved of. A lot of conditions attached to this bill that was revealed again 3 years after the death. So this, because of the massive amount of money associated with this will, imagine this is not just some shtetl will. We're talking about a Reichman kind of a Bill Gates sized will, and maybe I should say rich Jewish guy. Okay, there you go. Okay, I don't know. Let's go on. I don't want to think about Jared Kushner really face a big amount of money. So it immediately became an international cause célèbre that attracted the solicited and unsolicited opinions of rabbis all over the world, including the opinion of the great Maharam Padua, Caro cited very heavily, very important rabbis who were really the leading figures of their day. What were the major elements of controversy? There are 2 elements of it, both of which are striking and have tremendous implications for Jewish law. The first is the will almost totally ignores Jewish law. The will gives the money to the wife, and while there's kind of like a token where it says regarding his son Isaac, he should get some special jewels that are precious and valuable, it doesn't give him the Pishnayim word. So this is not totally outside of what can be expected, because there is a very well-known phenomenon that in order to find a way to distribute one's wealth before death, there is this halachic institution called the Matana Mechayim, a gift while alive, where a person can say, listen, I have $100,000. I would like to make sure that all of my 10 kids get it equally, so I'm giving it to them right now while I'm alive, each $10,000. And then whatever's left after I die will go according to Jewish traditional inheritance law. So it's not completely unheard of. But the law basically flouted, the will basically flouted that aspect of it and did not really bring it into any serious consideration. And secondly, also more difficult, they didn't do it with two kosher witnesses, which would be the standard Jewish practice of executing a will. They went to a notary, and this, a non-Jewish notary, which was like, oh my gosh, how do you disperse so many, so much, so much wealth by using a non-Jewish authority to witness about? And this was a huge amount of argument. Should the will be invalidated, A, because it ignored the traditional law boundaries, and B, because it used a non-Jewish system of recording the will? So one of the reasons why there was a Hava Amina, there was a thought that perhaps the will would still be valid, is because there was a shrine principle that is quite complicated and is often tested in Jewish law of Dina de Malchuta Dina. The law of the land is the law. In other words, even though Jewish law requires a will to be written in such and such a manner, if you do it according to a non-Jewish form, since that is what is accepted in the state, then perhaps it should be acceptable. And in fact, the rabbis who opined on this issue split, with some of the very prominent rabbis saying the will should be set aside, and others saying the will should be upholded. In the end, after a protracted legal debate, both sides agreed to arbitration. And Isaac, in his depositions on the fair, said that he felt badly about going to arbitration, but he was broke and he could not support himself and his family while engaging in a massive extended lawsuit with his stepmother over this will. He may end up winning in the end, but he simply could not afford the lawsuit. So as a result, they went to arbitration, and the will was divided accordingly as per the will of Shmuel Abraham. One more detail that I think is quite fascinating here, since there's a lot of depositions and a lot of swearing that's going on at this time, it's fascinating to see how Jews treat oath. I mean, if they were Jews per se, then they typically took the oath on some kind of Torah scroll, or at least a printed much, which was available at the time. If they were Portuguese Christian, then sometimes, even though they were Jews, they would take the oath on a traditional Bible that a Christian would use as well. And it's fascinating to see the whole range of adaptations that Jews were making to society at that time. So that's the last story we have about Ben Benita. Let's just think a little bit about legacy in this context. So what we begin to see in the period of the life of Ben Benita Abravanel, and we will explore it more as we move through the 16th century, is that ironically, by expelling its Jews and then later by expelling its Christian heritage, meaning these crypto-Jews, Portuguese Jews, the Iberian Peninsula released upon the world an unusual new diaspora, perhaps entirely unprecedented in its nature and scope, in that these were Jews who, first of all, had a strong connection to each other over a broad swath of international territory, located in many different countries to a degree that we never had before, as Jews tended to use, if we use the phrase, chain migration, where they tended to make small incremental moves across the coast of North Africa or up the Italian peninsula. All of a sudden, they're scattered, clearly, the Greek diaspora means scattering. They're scattered across the Mediterranean, and they constitute one community, constitute one nation. This is something just fairly unprecedented in European history and certainly in Jewish history. Furthermore, because of the strange, nuanced shading of the Portuguese Jews, that is, those Jews who, as baptized Christians, were technically freed from legal restriction, and if they could find themselves in a home where there was a sufficiently tolerant climate, they could nevertheless practice Judaism. Jews tended to exploit that dual identity for their economic and political and legal benefit. So this created a very unusual, powerful minority that began to coalesce under this identity of Sephardim, and perhaps helps to understand the long-lasting and secure notion that Sephardim have of their joint identity. I hope that you found this lecture interesting and enjoyable. I know I had fun, maybe except for that joke part. Next week, as I mentioned, we're going to focus in on Samuel Usque and his horrible personal experience of Portuguese expulsion and his explanation for it in a remarkable work which was translated into English only in 1970. Thank you for your attention and your endurance. I hope you enjoyed that presentation. I myself got a lot of pleasure doing the research for it, and I think it's wonderful to be back spring semester when we talk about Sephardic diaspora. Just want to share one thought that has really been staying with me for the last little while, and that's, it's my supposition that the use of the term Portuguese has an unusually pointed character, specifically that the term Spanish in the 16th century referred to the old Jews who were not converted, and the term Portuguese kind of an allusion who had been forcibly converted, and then in diaspora were reclaiming their Jewish identity and were attempting to come back to the fold, as it were. If that is true, that's the way that term was used, then I think it's so beautiful that you see the use of Spanish and Portuguese together in things like the synagogue here in New York City, the oldest synagogue in the area. Uh, Maybe what the meaning of that phrase is, and I could be totally wrong, but maybe the meaning of that phrase is that we embrace you, we welcome you, that don't worry about the past, the difficult time, we understand, horrible, but you're fundamentally part of the people, and we want you in our congregation. If that's the intention of that strange phrase, Spanish and Portuguese, synagogue, etc., I think it's a very good concept and sentiment. Anyways, that's it. Next week, I'm really looking forward to speaking about the Portuguese diaspora in greater detail, and I look forward to speaking with you then. Take care and have an excellent week. Thank you, everyone, for commenting. I'm so glad you're here tonight. We have actually a really amazing subject, something I've wanted to speak about for a long time. I actually looked up just exactly how to pronounce his name because I've been saying it in a certain way for a long time, and I realized, oh my gosh, I don't want to blow it by pronouncing it wrong for an entire 50 minutes. So I would guess the subject of tonight's lecture is Samuel Usque. However, when I looked it up online, they said Usque, which seemed to be not in conformity with Latin rules of pronunciation, but on the other hand, the name is Portuguese. So please, those of you who know how to pronounce it properly, forgive me if I say Usque, it's going to come naturally. But at any rate, I don't mean by this kind of lighthearted introduction to diminish in any way the tremendous heroism of this individual that we're speaking about today. It amazes me so few people are familiar with his work. He's one of those tremendous heroes of the Jewish literary tradition, literally risking his life to put certain words to paper, and the book that he ultimately completed that we'll be looking at tonight was in fact a treasured possession of many Verso family. Many Sephardim, particularly from Portugal, actually gave up their lives possessing this particular book. I believe that tonight you will be transformed by the story of Samuel Usque and his book, The Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. An absolutely amazing phenomenon that I look forward to discussing with you over the next 40 minutes or so. So let us begin with our usual thank yous. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Brandon Sultan in honor of the Sultan and Benaroff family. I'll read what it says here, whose Sephardic roots are expressed in a desire to honor the convivencia. That's what we discussed last semester, right? The coexistence of Muslims and Christians for that brief period of time in early Al-Andalus. And also a loving memory of Mrs. Jean Milstein, whose relentless optimism was an inspiration to us all. I also have to make a good and thank you to Mr. Sultan, who's the regular viewer of these lectures online. I have to make a quick announcement. Remember, next week is President's Day, so we will not have our conventional class on Monday night, but gear up because the following week we'll be studying the Fidah, Rabbi Azulai, one of the most important figures of the 18th century, who was really a transformative figure the identity of Sephardic Jews by uniting them around the entire Mediterranean basin. Absolutely fascinating figure, very, very prolific and active in all kinds of Jewish affairs. We are also short, unfortunately, a sponsor for next week. So if anyone would care to donate to our student scholarship fund, we ask for $250 to make these lectures possible, and the money goes entirely 100% to our students to help them pay the sometimes difficult tuition bill. College is expensive, and in order to make this work, we try to help them out in every way possible. You can sponsor by visiting this website, bit.ly at the Friends of Jewish History. Much appreciated. Of course, I'm always almost exclusively, certainly very heavily on the research of this Portuguese work that is the core of our subject tonight. Portuguese is just not one of those languages that is well studied in Judaic studies as a whole. Obviously, the Brazilian community is much more familiar with it, but in Europe and in Israel, Portuguese is lower down in the language that we go through. Nevertheless, we have essentially a Shakespearean work, something of that great status in Portuguese literature, authored by the Jewish individual that we discussed tonight, Samuel Usque, and we're deeply grateful to Dr. Cohen for his pioneering research in many areas of Sephardic studies. We'll be returning to his research when we look at conversos and crypto Jews here in the Americas, where he's done quite a bit of research as well. So let's kudos to Dr. Cohen. Let us now go right to the topic at hand. What exactly are we talking about? We're going to focus on this book here, which is truly a most dangerous book. It was a book which was banned early on by the Inquisition and consigned to the flames in 1553, but it was ultimately a book that transformed the lives of so many Jews who felt that all hopes were dashed, that everything that for a millennium and a half of exile the Jews had worked for was for naught, and it strengthened their spirits and allowed them to continue to maintain their identity as best as possible under unimaginable conditions. Specifically, the title of the book is, as you see here in Portuguese, translated to English, Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. It was published in Ferrara, Italy in 1553. I've discussed Ferrara a little bit last week when we looked at the life of Benvenida Abravanel. This was produced through her sponsorship and also that of her rival, Gracia Mendez, will return to those very important women to understand how they and it was also authored and printed in a period when printing was still fairly rare. This is the heyday of early printing, the discovery of this new technology that allowed wide dissemination of text.
What happened to Genshin Impact?
Organizations such as the church had to find ways to control the dissemination of often heretical or at least antinomian works to ensure that certain ideas not for some of them, such as Luther's translation of the Bible, circulated very far and had a negative impact on the Catholic Church. This is a period of time when came out with this particular. You can see that the frontispiece has this image of the globe, which is meant to reflect the scattering of the Portuguese Jews in particular.
I would hate me if I
Spanish
were
Inquisition and the Portuguese
Oh,
expulsion.
you're fucking everywhere. Get out
And
of my life.
the kind of the banner around here. My hope I place God, wackiness of printing is that they not only say the year, but they even publish the date, the 7th of September that it was published. Like somehow, maybe there of Yom Kippur or something, I don't know, but like the specific date that's published there. Now, just to give you a sense of what this meant, we can look at some of the Inquisition trial records, of which we have copious numbers. Ironically, this is the theme that we've come back to many times, really, since the fall semester. There are uncanny parallels between the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion and the Holocaust of the last century. So many parallels in terms of social developments, in terms of how governing authorities dealt with challenges of changing society and so on. And one of those areas we see again that just like the Nazis, the Makshaman, the Zikram, kept such incredibly detailed records. And they were very, very particular about what exactly happened when, who would manage it, and so on. The Inquisition also had very, very detailed records. And so scholars understand the mechanics and structure of the 14th and 15th century have a tremendous amount of material to work with. So specifically, there was a Portuguese Jew named Thomas Fernandez. Most Jews took Christian names when they were baptized. He was certainly not a so he's probably Christian identity, but of course they retained their passion for Judaism nevertheless. He was arrested in Lisbon in 1558, and he was tried for quite some time before he was eventually sent to the Spanish. Specifically, he was tried for crimes that he had allegedly committed, crimes against the faith, while he was in. You recall, by the way, I have to do a very quick some of the audience members are kind of rambunctious, but you'll see that we're pretty good time, I think.
And I meant every word I said. When I said that I loved you, I meant that I loved you forever. And I'm gonna keep on loving you, 'cause it's the only thing I wanna do. I don't wanna speak, I just wanna keep on loving you.
But they expelled the Jews because they were suspected correctly of continuing to maintain contact with these so-called new Christians and practice forcibly converted who are now Christians. So the Inquisition is directed technically at Christians who are suspected of harboring Jewish belief. The expulsion was directed at Jews per se. You have this distinction in terminology, the Spanish and Portuguese Jews, because many of those Jews who are called Spanish were in fact Jewish and expelled. Many of the Jews who are called Portuguese were in fact forcibly converted, as we shall see shortly. Anyway, in the trial, the Inquisition trial in the 16th century of Thomas Fernandez, we have this interesting passage in which he writes that when he was living in Bristol, there was another new Christian named Simon, that was in the synagogue, who lived in London, and Fernandez also, and already under torture, given up his name. So we're speaking about all of his associates in the context of the trial. And that this other was Dr. William Fernandez, a book of prophecy, printed book of prophecy. You'll notice that the word printed and what was this book about? It spoke of the troubles which unrepentant suffered, and said that they must not be confident nor be discouraged, because God would send the Messiah. This is undoubtedly the version of this book that from the amazing evidence down their prayers here, for example, it was dedicated to Beatriz de Luna, And this was a burden on his conscience. The person who was being tortured to confess here, he asked pardon of our Lord Jesus Christ, he asked repentance, and the inquisitors ultimately instructed him in order to assure his safe passage through the fires of the also said. But the reference, the underground circulation of this book among the trials that is manuscript copy and in printed copy, painstakingly written out in full, one family to another, who against the hope of consolation, a message now to drop away from Jewish consciousness after the story, one is I mentioned written translated until the 20th give that familiarity and in fact the author himself writes that the British chosen as a language felt he wanted to promote those ones who are living in that liminal space between being fully Jewish.
Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man. Dude, I fucking gotta sing that song. That song's so sick. I fucking love that song so fucking much. Oh my fucking god, I used to listen to this fucking song all the time. Really? Every fucking night, I used to just blast this fucking song on repeat. Why? I don't know. Alright, you gonna do a thing? You're doing another fucking concert? Oh, dog, this is all Paul McCartney. Is it? Psych, bitch. Dude, just play one of them. Just play it to get it down. I fucking love this song so much. Baby, I'm a mess. The way you love me all the time. Maybe I'm afraid of the way I love you. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you look in the middle of something that he doesn't really understand. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man. Help me understand. Oh. I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man who's in the middle of something that he doesn't really understand. Dude, you gotta do the fucking thing. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely boy. Understand. Maybe I'm amazing the way you miss me all the time. Maybe the way I leave you. Maybe I'm amazing. Get right me when I'm wrong. But baby, I'm amazed at the way I really need you. Here we go, kids. Oh, 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 hey, hey. Oh, oh. I just fucking love this song. But I actually don't like this version. Do you? Actually, yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. Never mind. Dude, you could do a concert, another one of just Just love songs, dog. Just love songs. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you love me all the time. Baby, I'm afraid of the way I need of you. Baby, I'm afraid that the way you help me on the line. Help me on the line. And baby, I'm afraid of the way I really need you. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man who's in the middle of something that he doesn't really understand. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm the only woman who could ever help me. Won't you help me understand? Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man who's in the middle of something that he doesn't really understand. Baby, I'm a man, maybe I'm the only woman who could ever help me. But you help me understand. Ooh. Baby, I'm amazed at the way you with me all the time. Maybe I'm amazed at the way I laid you. Every day is the way you help me sing my song. Help me when I'm wrong. Baby, I'm amazed at the way I really need you. Hi. Oh. Oh. Hey. Oh. 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 Yeah, yeah, yeah. 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 Beatles won every single fucking year. Hobo Johnson and the Love Maker. I love this fucking song.
like I'm love. And I found myself everything to see. Tell me why I have to love. Tell me who am I without you. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you love me all the time. And maybe I'm afraid of the way I love you. Maybe I'm afraid of the way you hold me all the time. Hung me on the line. Maybe I'm afraid of the way I really need you. Maybe I'm a man. Maybe you're the only man who's in the middle of something that he doesn't really understand. Maybe I'm a man. Maybe you're the only one who can ever help me. Help me understand. Oh. I'm a man, maybe I'm around the man who's in the middle of things that he doesn't really understand. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a man. I fucking love this song too. I remember all my life. Millionaire. Oh, fucking great. Good job. Way to fucking build your shit. Is that really how that works? So it's like this. If I don't want to see it this large, I have to go like that and it stops it. Stupid system. Is that really how that works? Maybe not. Nope. That's definitely how it works. Stupid fucking system. Oh, the crats in the cradle and the home. Dog. Oh man, I could sing that fucking concert. I love that fucking concert. Oh, are you done? All you do is fucking yap, dog. Is this fucking working? Amazing. Hey, why are you using F word? How many people have seen your sex tape? It's not really a sex tape. It's just like anything. Okay, Instagram. 153. No one's seen that. Wow, a lot of people are fucking love it. Dog, Fran Drescher, you had this fucking hilarious thing. This is so wonderful. I love it. Happy 31st anniversary. Feels like 29. I love it. Oh man, I'm gonna bang you so badly. You're gonna be like a basketball at the YMCA. Are you done though? Um, are you done? Worst. Barbara, Mary, are you real? Nope, this bitch just fucking. Baby, I'm a baby. Dude, sing a fucking concert. Do the whole thing again. Who's this thing? Bitch is pretty hot. Does Kick have some hot chicks? Yep. Hotter than any other website ever? No. I don't know. That's not like a thing. I don't rank chicks by that. I mean, I could. Saying I shouldn't. That's actually a great idea. Have the hottest chicks on every platform. They mix, so kind of just do the hottest chicks on any platform. Who's number one? Oh, she's letting me spam her. Thanks, girl. You're so sweet. Nice. Thanks for letting me spam you, girl. Kev. Yo, dog. Shit sucks. Alright, now what? Just do a whole concert like you did last night. End this, and then just do a concert. But what am I gonna sing? I don't. It should have a theme. What if you create a thing that just posted a heart every? What would you do? Get up on my feet, nigga. My baby. You walking around. Done? Why do you like that fucking song so much? Sing fucking Office. I just like when I go. This bro is Jewish women like to get plugged. That's tight as fuck. That's tight as fuck. Okay. And okay, baby. This is my stop. Don't do that. Not eat that. Do your own, dog. Great. Yep. Sure. Join voice. What the fuck? Go to Maya's Playhouse. Go, dog. Okay, so go back. Go to Maya's Playhouse. Close that. You leave that shit going. Maya's Playhouse. What's your gender, dog? Why? That's the state of California. Why? Oh, I'm plus, baby. Why? Really? What I want to be? Oh, Rabbi Rothschild. Oh, wow. I made like 1,000. I have to verify my phone. Shit. This shit sucks. Enter a phone number. Discord. Hang on. Bitches. Fuck. Alright. I like how I typed in 44 and it was like none. Stupid ass system. Do I have to type United Kingdom? 782 452 799. Hi, dog. Alright. Huh? Invalid phone number. 44782 452 7. Too many nines, B. Wait, are you a human? Thought I'm the sexiest motherfucker of all time. Invalid phone number. Verify your phone number. Dog, just go. Come on. In future, people, all this wasted time, everything's going to be like bang, 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 bang. You're going to have defaults.
gonna be amazing. I'm gonna change all the technology. Really? Yeah, but this shit sucks right now. Come on. Dog, send the fucking code, man. My number. Dude, I don't know, resend the fucking code, I guess? Wait, are you a human? Dog, what the fuck? Yeah, I just am. No bot is doing this. I would have created it by now. Waiting. This is the worst. The worst. Dude, did I type it correctly? Just wait. This is the worst. Okay, send the code. Verify. Do a new one. Sucks. Alright, good old USA. You watch this shit work, motherfucker. Some American shit's gonna be like, oh, I know how to fucking do this. These fucking numbers start with 1. Why? Because we're the best! 229. Alright, send. That's not cut. Dude, this is the worst. Wait, are you a human? Yeah, dog. Verify your number. This shit is the worst. Zero 85678. Password. Dog, I really don't fucking know. Is it that? I don't fucking know. Did I do it? There you go. Oh, this is just the worst. No wonder no one likes me. The worst. Hey, everybody. What is the status? Stop this shit. Dude, stop. What are we chatting about? No one knows. Stop. This is the worst. Oh, there we go. Yo, can you hear me? Yo, yo, can you hear me? I don't know. I don't think anybody. That shit's not working. Alright, here we go. Let's get Miles Playhouse going. If you would like to listen to Rabbi's World Peace Concert of Love Song Karaoke, please come to the VC. Alright, YouTubers. Go here. I like how no one came. Oh, wonderful. What up, Mafia? How you living, pimp? Hope you're amazing. We're about to get this bad boy going. If you like love songs, you're in the right spot. We're gonna start it off. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, tight. If you can't, what else is there? Alrighty. I just assume you can hear me. Alright, here we go. First song. Maybe I'm amazed. This goes out to everybody in Maya's Playhouse. Shout out to all of you. Shout out to the world. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you love me all the time. Maybe I'm afraid of the way I love you. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you help me on the line. Help me on the line. Maybe I'm amazed at the way I really need you. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man who's in the middle of something that he doesn't really understand. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man who's gonna never help me. Can you help me understand? Oh. I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man who's in the middle of something that he doesn't really understand. Maybe I'm a man, maybe I'm a lonely man who'll never help me. Help me understand. The way you with me all the time. Maybe I'm afraid of the way I love you. Maybe I'm amazed at the way you hold me in the song. Right me when I'm wrong. Maybe I'm amazed at the way I really need. Hey, hey, oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Next up, just one moment. Next up is Marvin Gaye's You're All I Need. Shout out to Marvin Gaye, Tammy Terrell. You guys are amazing. You're all I need to get by.
You're all morning dew. I took one look at you, and it was plain to see you were my destiny. Arms open wide, I threw away my pride. I sacrificed for you, dedicate my love to you. I'll be there, living wherever I will. You'll be there to push me up the hill. There's no looking back for us. We got love, so enough, that's enough. You're all, you're all I need to get by. I need to get by. I, you're all, like an eagle protects his nest. For you, I'll do my best. Stand by you like a tree and beg anybody to try. And in you I found strength when I was torn down. Don't know what's in store, but to open any doors. When I you a little higher, no, no, it's kind of soul to make a little cold. So we got the right foundation. There is love and determination. You're all, you're all I need. Not now, do a little more now. You're all my dog, under the sun, and I'm with the one now. You're all I need. You're all I need. You're all I need to get by. I need to get by. Hey, all I need, all I need, uh-huh, all I need, I need love. Oh, all my love. Next up, we've got Marvin Gaye, Tammy Terrell, Ain't No Mountain High Enough. Listen, baby, ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby. If you need me, call me, no matter where you are, no matter how far. Don't worry, baby, just call my name. I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, baby. There ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe. Remember the day that you were free? I told you you could always count on me, darling. That day on, I made a vow. I'll be there when you want me. Don't wait somehow. 'Cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe. Oh, no, darling. No wind, no rain. Always is cold. Yes, I'm baby. Oh, no, no. Cause you were my brother in trouble. I'll be there on a double. Just stand for me. Oh, baby. Ha! My love is alive, woo, right down in my heart. Although we are miles apart, if you ever need a helping hand, I'll be there on the double just as fast as I can. Don't you know that there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough. Babe, don't you know that there ain't no mountain high enough? low enough, no river wide enough, no mountain high enough. There you go. Marvin Gaye, everybody. Next up on the Marvin Gaye section of our song list, we've got a little bit of sexual healing, I think is what we all need. Baby, let's get down tonight. Hey, baby, I'm hot just like an oven. I need your loving. And hey, baby, I can't take much longer. It's getting stronger and stronger. And when I get that feeling, I want sexual feeling, feeling. Oh, baby, making me feel so fine. Helps me my mind. Sexual healing, baby. Good for me. Sexual healing is something that's good for me. Never blue teardrops are falling, and my emotional ability leaving me. There is something I can do. I can get on the telephone and call you up, baby. And honey, I know you'll be there to meet me. That love you give to me will be. You don't know the game you're dealing. Oh, I can tell you, darling, that it's sexual healing. Get up, get up, get up. Let's make love tonight. Wake up, wake up, wake up. 'Cause you do it right. Hey, baby, I'm back this morning. My dream is all inside of me. Hey, baby, I'm capsizing. The waves are rising and rising. When I get that feeling, I want sexual healing. Sexual healing for me. Sexual healing. Such a rush helps to relieve my mind. Good for us. Sexual healing, baby. For me, sexual healing is something that's good for me. Oh, oh, oh. Nothing is a hole. Just grab a hold on my body at night. Oh, when I'm late, when I'm feeling fine. I'm bad stuff. Open up and let me in. Oh, you're so great. I can't wait for you to operate. Let's make love tonight. Wake up, wake up, wake up. 'Cause you do it right. And help you to operate. Alrighty. Next up, Wonder. This goes out to Rebecca note. Here we go, girls. No New Year's Day.
to celebrate. No chocolate covered candy hearts to give away. Years of spring, no song to sing. In fact, it's just another ordinary day. April rain, no flowers bloom, no wedding Saturday within the month of June. But what it is something true, made up of these three words that I must say to you. I just called to say I love you. I just called to say how much I care. I just called to say I love you. And I mean it from the bottom of my heart. No summer's high, no warm to eye, no August moon tonight, one tender August night. No autumn breeze, no falling leaves, not even time for birds to fly to southern skies. No April sun, no Halloween, no giving thanks for all the Hanukkah joy you bring. What it is, oh, no, and your heart like no three words could ever do. I just called to say I love you. I just called to say how much I care. I do. I just called to say I love you, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. I just called to say I love you. I just called to say how much I care. I do. I just called to say I love you, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart, of my heart, oh, baby, my heart. Beautiful. Next up, we've got Stevie Wonder. I was didn't know everybody. This song is for my future wife. Why? I was made to love her. Hey, hey, hey. I was born in Little Rock, had a childhood sweetheart. We were always hand in hand. I wore high top shoes and shirt tails. Music was the details. I knew I loved her even
saying, no, I know my papa disapproving, my mama boo-hoo. And I told them time and time again, don't you know I was made to love and the world all around her. Yeah, hey, 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 been my inspiration, so appreciation for the love I gave her through the years. Like that sweet magnolia tree, my love flies so tenderly. My life will be there through the years. I know that my baby love me, my baby needs me. That's why we made it through the years. I was made to love, worship and adore her. Hey, hey, hey. All through thick and thin, I love just morning. I love my baby, love my baby. My baby love me. My baby needs me. Now I ain't going nowhere. I was knee high to a chicken, and the blood bit me. Hey, hey, oh, this whole world crumbles. If this whole world crumbles, outside I still be standing there. You know, I was made to love. I was made to live for her. Hey, hey, hey. I was made to love her. All around. Hey, hey, hey. I was, rap, I ain't never gonna leave. Come on. Hey, hey, hey. Next up, my cherry more. La 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 la. My cherry amor, lovely as a summer day. My cherry amor, distant as the Milky Way. My cherry amor, pretty little one that I adore. You're the only girl my heart beats for. How I wish that you were mine. In the cafe, or sometimes on the crowded street. I've been near you, but you never noticed me. My cherry amor, won't you tell me how could you ignore that behind that little smile I wore? How I wish that you were mine. La 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 la. Yeah, la 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 la. Maybe someday you'll see my face among the crowd. Maybe someday you'll a little distant crowd. Oh, Shelly Amore, little girl that I adore. You're the only girl my heart beats for. How I wish that you were mine. La 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 la
La la la la la la la la la la la la. This is gonna be the Rebecca Notes song for Rabbi. Really? Why not? I just played this song and I realized I don't know the lyrics at all. This is gonna be good. And my love, oh, my loneliness over. And life is blue. Oh, yeah. At last, not below. Oh, no, heart felt over. At night, I'm you. On a dream, I found a dream. Dream I know. I found a thrill. Hey, listen to I had nothing to own. And then, and here we are now. No, oh, you and I. Last. That was Etta James and Rabbi Rothschild. Shout out to Etta James. Shout out to the Rebecca Note. They're gonna say, "Kid, it was perfectly imperfect." Thanks. All right, now what? We are gonna sing some Barry White. We gotta get it. Okay. You don't know the lyrics to this, but either. We'll see how it goes. Really? Yeah, I don't know the lyrics to this. Why? I'm usually busy when I'm playing Barry White. I'm not memorizing lyrics. Let's just be honest with ourselves. Here we go, girls. Girls, relax, spread them, and let's go. You and me. We got it together. My first, my last. my everything, and the answer to all of my dreams. You're the first, you're the last, my guiding star. Some kind of wonderful, that's what you are. Oh, yeah. Only one of you, there's no way they could have made you. You're my reality for forevermore. You're my pleasure, you're my time. Anything, don't go see ain't true. It must be this way. No matter moment, day. I know. So everything I know, the day I die, you're my reality. My love is all of you. You're first, you're my last, my everything. Ooh. I have to talk over this part because YouTube will flag me otherwise. So just if you're out there, know that you're cared about. I'm sending positive vibes to everyone out there. Shout out to all the Hanas, all the Sarahs. Shout out to all the Mias, all the Mayas. Shout out to all the Gittles. Shout out to all y'all. That's for me. Only one of you. There's no way they could have made two. You're my reality. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. You're my first. You're my last. My everything. Shout out to all the Naomi. Shout out to all of the Rivkas. Shout out to all of the Deborahs. Shout out to all the Leahs. Shout out to all you. I love you, and I can't wait to meet you. Really? Oh, it's gonna be the best. It's gonna be the best to be reunited, and it feels so good. Feels so good. Yeah, it feels so good. Here we go. Don't you love it how I'm just like, hey, I'm gonna do my own karaoke concert, and I don't even know the lyrics. Really? Dog, like I said, I'm usually busy during Barry White. I'm not memorizing lyrics. Notice, like, I know the lyrics at the beginning much better, but like this part, I'm busy. Is this your playlist? No, it's close. It's not even. It's related. Let's put it that way. But no, there was a certain art to that playlist. Women are gonna get crazy with this playlist. Yeah, and if you think it's the one on Spotify, I think that's called like MILF Mix. That's different. All right, are you done? Here we go. See, I see remix. No, don't they just have him singing the song? Like, to all of the music people out there, you have archives, like huge libraries of your artists, and frankly, young people don't know about them because you're sitting on these treasure troves. If you put them out there, people would watch and become diehard fans, buy T-shirts, buy perhaps like in the future you can have like a projector concert or like a hologram concert. Hey there. just know that you guys are really messing up. If you make the art available to people, people will love it. Oh, here we go, girls. Well, and I can't get enough of your love, baby. I know, I know, I know, I know. Can't get enough of your love, baby. Things I can used to, no matter how hard I try. The more you love, the more you give. And baby, that's no lie. Oh, what can I do, babe? What am I gonna feel? I don't mean too much. I didn't know the real still. I'm gonna lose more and more each time. Time, yo, dear. I feel a way. Oh, boy, to me. I feel your way. Do what you got to do now, darling. I can't get enough of your love, baby. I know, well, why? Can't get enough of your love, baby. Everything that you do, and how I try. No lie. What am I gonna do? I remember more and more each time. Cause you're blowing my mind. Every time you're near, I feel the change. Something moves me. I feel you're near. Man, do what you got to do now. How can I? You love, baby. Oh, darling, I can't get enough of your love, baby. Oh, baby. Love, no love, baby. No, no. That's how it's done, girls. Ooh. Wah, 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 wah. Winnie, 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 wah. Winnie, 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 wah. Winnie, 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 winnie. These days alone, looking for suggestions. Thinking so nervous, turning on the just extra shy. God is plenty pounding. Moving and song. Exactly what you're thinking. If you want my body and you think I'm sick, come on, sugar, let me know. Yeah, you really need me. Just reach out and touch. Come on, to me so. Dancing high, going. Come on, honey, spend the night together. Hold on a minute, go further. So I can call my mother. Exactly what is down and have you want my body and you think I'm sexy. So much now. So if you really need me, just keep right in touch. Come on, sugar, let me know. We want to. Don't fight the drum. Just now, there's only like this. Nothing but game playing. There's by this house. There's nothing but each other. Ain't rowdy, but I'm out of milk and coffee. Never mind sugar. I think they lose the extra. Tell me no. Just reach out and touch me. Come on, baby, let me know. You need me. Oh, do, do. Out and touch me. Come on, sugar, let me need me. Just reach out and touch me. Come on, baby, let me know. Yeah, yeah, come on and tell me so. You guys should have seen it earlier. I had this catch. I didn't even mention it. Like Jerry Rice catching bricks. It was just unreal. All right, this song did not get enough play. I don't know when it was a thing. 14 years ago, the world sincerely fucked up. Let's make this a number one in the United States and the world. He's acting on, only no attention. Did you go hard? That's the question. Take that first high, get pounding, tell me in the club exactly what he's thinking. If you want my body and you think I'm sick, come on and let me know. If you really need much, you know. Keep myself high, come on, let's spend the night together. Come on,
And don't be slow. I can call my mother. Actually, what I'm saying, yeah, you want my boss. It's not funny. So, I'm so I like the drum. Home. Baby. Now we're all alone. Oh. Milk and coffee, never much sugar, and want to be just we got in touch with come on, honey, down so. Let's get this girl a #1 hit. Come on, last I saw she was working on a farm with her best friend. Still needs all the breaks she can get. Anyway, it was a simpler time, kids. Oh, that was fun. Really? What is it? Um, what is the thing? Now, this is a song that uh, I have to. This one. It like a lot of people don't know this song. It is an amazing, amazing song, and I don't even know if I know all the lyrics, but this was on that playlist. Not Milk Mix, the other one. Not the. I have a bunch of them, but like, there's one. Everyone who knows me at one point in my life will be like, "Oh yeah, that's the most fucking famous playlist ever, ever." I didn't know what day it was when you walked into the room and said hello. I noticed you said goodbye. Even you, the clientele, didn't want it so miracle. And they went confess right here. The attraction was physical. All those habits of yours that were in the beginning hard to accept. Listen, listen, I'm going to wait. Touch accent. you. The rehearsed, but my heart called out for you. You're in my heart, in my soul. In my breath, should I grow old? You are my lover, you're my best friend. You're in my soul. Love for you is pregnant petrol. I'm excited for you. And then change timeless, well in kindness, your beauty, elegant, your rhapsody, melody, your symphony, and a play. Love ever written, do you see in my heart, in my soul, with my breath, till I grow old. You are my lover, best friend, my soul. I say in glamour, please pardon the grammar. Nothing decided, baby, decided you're the best thing. Many a thing I'm never happened, never will, girl. Around and around, you're the one every my heart and my soul. In my breath, I grow old. You are my lover, you're my best friend. In my soul, in my heart, in my soul, in my breath, should I grow old? My lover, my best friend, my my heart, in my soul, my breath, should I grow old? My lover, my best There's some lyrics in that song that are just, you're an essay in glamour, please pardon the grammar, but you're every schoolboy's dream. Amazing. Just amazing. This song has some of the best lyrics. There's another one, another line that I love. It's, um, dog, like, why don't you put the lyrics in here? Why don't they put the lyrics here? Like, why is that so hard? I don't understand why lyrics aren't everywhere. This has been an issue for like 50 years, maybe 100 years in the music industry, that they don't put lyrics with stuff. Wherever you put a song, you should put the lyrics. Why? Because then you don't have Rabbi stumbling over himself making up lyrics to decades old songs. But we like it when you do that. All right. So what's the other lyric you want? Like I can go to AI and have these lyrics like that. Why doesn't someone from like one of these giant corporations, giant, these things are so big that they're technology corporations, they're media monopolies, and they're like, oh yeah, we've got lyrics. Let's share. Anyway, so why don't you just give me the lyrics? Like Wikipedia, why don't you have the lyrics? Why doesn't Wikipedia, any place that I expect to have the lyrics to every song to be Wikipedia? Oh no, you want to know a chart performance? Yeah, I want to know that and the lyrics, dog. Stupid. I don't understand why lyrics are so secretive. Okay,
You're ageless, timeless, lace and fineness. Your beauty and elegance. You're a rhapsody, a comedy. You're a symphony and a play. You're every love song ever written. Just doesn't get any better. Like, I'm gonna steal that from my future wife. I already know. I feel like I know. But I've been in love with you born. My love for you is immeasurable. My respect for you immense. Your ageless, lace and fineness. Your beauty and elegance. You're a rhapsody, a comedy. You're a symphony and every love song ever. Next up, we're gonna go with an amazing song by who knows? We'll find it. We'll figure it out. Any other songs for future wife? Yeah, these are all for her, and that could be anybody out there. All right, do the songs in order that you want to tell this lyrical journey. Let me think of what they would be in order. Um, I think it's. I actually don't know what came first. Let's make sure this is correct. Oh, Vikings beat the Colts. Well, that doesn't help my fantasy team, which is sucking major dong. But I'm gonna tell you what, to all my fantasy players out there, I would have drafted you again. Just a bad year. Literally no better team out there. No one's put more work into a team. I was doing mock fantasy drafts in the summer just to turn out with the number DFL team in a 12-man league. There's literally someone who doesn't even touch their team, and I'm competing with that person. And I try every single day, very like for hours. Donk. All right, all right, here we go. We got the answer. Um, okay, so there's a lady, Patty Boyd, and she thinks that these songs are about her, but they're actually about my future wife. Really? Yeah. Why? Why not? I can say whatever I want. It's my stream. So, how do I want to tell this story? I guess I should just tell it the way I told it at Shabbat. I was at a Shabbat one, and a friend of mine was saying something. I just overheard them at the end of the table, and I was here, another rabbi was here, and my sons were down here, and I overheard them saying something about Eric Clapton, and I think my friend was saying something like that was Eric Clapton's first band. Maybe it was his first hit.
something like that. Oh no, this is what it was. Um, I think my friend was saying, yeah, it was something like my friend was saying Layla. The song Layla was by Eric Clapton and Cream, and I said no, it's not. It's by Derek and the Domino. And my friend was like, that's not even Eric Clapton. Yeah, it is Derek and the Domino. Something like that. And then I told the story that that song was written about a woman, Patty Boyd, and the same woman was something, Layla, and the way you look tonight. Wait, I said this, it was very funny. The way you look wonderful tonight. That's what it was. I said though at the time at the spot table, I was like, and the way you look tonight, and I thought about it for a second. I said, you look wonderful. And then another person, everybody was like really impressed that I knew this. And I remember my political friend looking at me, and I said, somebody asked me how I knew the story that these are all about the same person, but never would I think that I'm going to make it for my wife, my future. Who could be you? Could be anyone. Really? Yeah. Here we go. Oh, hey guys, do you remember when we were like, hey, Rabbi, can you start this song at a minute 3? You guys remember that? Like, in the way he attracts me like no other lover. Something in the way he, I don't wanna leave her now. No, I believe in how. Something fine knows that all I need to know is love her. Something in the smile that it shows. I don't wanna leave her now. No, I believe in how. You're asking me where my love grows. I don't know, so I don't know. I she knows that you think of her. Something she shows. Don't wanna leave now. No other time. What is really weird about that story? There's a lot more to it. I'm not gonna go into it all right now, but remember my rabbinical colleague just being really impressed that I knew that. And I also think someone at that table perhaps owns the rights to some major music catalog, and I'm going to buy those catalogs. It was a wild Shabbat. I'm telling you, this one was it was in a sukkah. Really? Yeah, it was during Sukkot. Sukkot 57, 7, maybe 5780. Sukkot 5780. All right. That was a wild Shabbat. I had some wild Shabbats in my life. Just all right, dog. Why don't you just play the song? Oh, I remember. I also knew this weird thing that Layla. I knew like all this weird stuff about this song, like right at this moment in my life. That Layla was like a middle-aged Islamic poem. It's something like that. I knew this weird thing. Let's check that. I could be, but no, I remember it was like dead on, and that he wrote this song about her who was supposed to be by Patty Boy. Yo, dog, what's the deal with the song Layla? Wasn't that written about like a middle-aged woman, a woman from the Middle Ages, I should say? It's like a poem from Muslim lore. The song Layla by Eric Clapton, originally by the band Derek and the Dominoes. So not only was I right on that in that sukkah on Shabbat during Sukkot, but it's actually it's a Persian tale of unrequited love. The story of Layla and Manjun comes from an Arabic literature, but not specifically about a middle-aged woman. That's not what I meant. But it's a tragic. Okay, so Arabic. Is it a Islamic poem? Yes, the story of Layla and Manjun has roots in Arabic and Persian literature. It's often associated with Islamic culture. All right, there we go. Here we go, kids.
Why why do they make it so difficult to find though? Like you would think that they would just be like, "Hey, dog." No, okay. Fucking uh-uh, uh-uh. No, you're like, oh, I want to see the live version, but I gotta hear that fucking guitar like normally. This one, I gotta be able to do it. When you get lonely, nobody waiting by your side. You know, not much too long, just your foolish. Hey, love, got me on my way, taking down into my love. I want to eat my love. You fell in love with the whole world upside down. Hey, love, hey, begging darling, I'm love is so far never away. Upside down. Yeah, begging darling, my love. Won't you love, love my love, darling, love. Won't you ease my world, my heart? Well, I'm good at that. I don't want like labor. It's never ending.
Dog. So then Eric Clapton ends up doing this again on MTV Live, and it's like a totally different song that I love as well. Yeah, I can spot it. Why don't you show it on MTV? MTV Unplugged. MTV Unplugged used to be a thing. Kids, MTV used to be a thing. Everybody would after school run home and just sit in front of the television, watch TRL and stuff. They had MTV Unplugged. Carson Daly was cool, and now I don't even know what they show. These companies don't understand that they just look at the bottom line, but they don't realize that if they invested in their art, they could make so much bigger than they currently are. I mean, it's like the person who did who did the unplugged, they're still not making money off of it. But guess what? It's going to be so big. Eric Clapton's going to make money off of this. The George Harrison estate's going to make money off of this. You watch. Begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Boom, boom, boom. Tried to give you consolation. You didn't know I fell in love with you. You turned my whole world upside down, Layla. Got me on my knees, Layla. Begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Maybe the best of the situation, or I'll go. Don't find it. Layla. Got me on my knees, Layla. Begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? Layla. Got me on my knees, Layla. Begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worried mind? There's a bone on my knees, Layla. Begging, darling, please, Layla. Darling, won't you ease my worry, my Layla. Got me on my love. Begging, darling, please, darling, won't you ease That was amazing. My future wife, take as long as you need. I'll wait. It's late in, wondering what clothes to wear. Put on makeup and brushes along gone. And then she asked me, "Do I look alright?" And I say, "Yes, you look wonderful tonight." Go to a party, everyone turns this beautiful lady. walking around with lemon everything alright. And I yes, I feel wonderful. I feel wonderful because I see the love light in your eyes. The wonder of it all that I just don't realize how go home now. Got an aching head over the car. Then I tell her that I turn off the light. I'm wonder. Thank you, baby. All right, are you done? Um, I could sing love songs all night. I really could. But I don't really stop. However, we do have to stop at a certain point. So let's end with a love song, and then is there anything you want to say before you're done? Anything more you want to say about the story? Um, yeah. I
every year. And we build the one of my favorite words, all words. Really, yeah. What is it? That's the natural cover on really, yeah. And I just remember it was just a really nice shot. And never in a million years would I think maybe all this works out. I might own all the carbon. I'm just giving it the world because hey guys, hey guys, hey YouTube. I don't know what it is, but I've done this a few times now. You would think that they would have some kind of quality assurance of like, oh, this is a normal person, like he's trying to play, and then it just starts halfway through. I don't get it. I don't think truthfully, I want to say this. I think that the technocracy and everyone working for the technocracy is lazy. Everyone. If they weren't, they would be standing up for women, specifically on the issue of skin. You haven't heard me say it before. I don't believe that you should be able to discriminate on the basis of the color of someone's skin, nor on the content of their skin. I'm able to do this right now, and nothing's gonna happen. But if I were known as a girl to the world, I would lose all my accounts. I would lose my ability to perhaps provide for my family, just based on antiquated thinking. So for all the women out there, know that someone's out there who loves you and is standing up for you and standing up for all people, especially standing up for love, baby. Love, 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 love. This can't be done. Nothing you can say that can't be done. Nothing you can say that makes an American game easy. Nothing you can know that hasn't made. Nothing you can say that can't be saved. Learn how to time easy. All you need is love. All you need is love. All you need is love. Love. Love is all you need. All you need is love. All you need is love. All you need is love. Love. Love is all you need. No, that isn't known. Nothing silly that isn't done. Nothing all you need is love. All you all you need is love. Love. Love is all you need. All you need is love. Together now. All you need is love. Everybody now. All you need is love. Love. Love is all you need. Love is all. 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 Bing, bang, boom. All right, kids. That's all we got for tonight. Bye. Long day. Any other stories you want to tell us? No. Yo, dog, you think that it recorded? Fuck no, I bet it was terrible. Really? I bet that was the worst fucking concert. Really? Just talking half the time, not knowing any of the lyrics. Loves you, yeah. Dude, I'm clicking the fucking thing. What's it doing?
They guarded this treasured book
I'm
that
sweating
we only know about it primarily from what the inquisitors have to say. It does make some impact on the literary tradition, but unfortunately, many other tribulations.
Wow, that was
rose
really
up
fun.
shortly thereafter,
Was
get
it?
lost. Let us
I don't even know what the
now
fuck I
look
just
to
did.
Portugal to try to place this work in that context. So, Macron, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, there was forced conversions in Spain that goes really back to the 14th century, in which some over-enthusiastic lower clergy in particular, acting in many times against the will of the papacy and the higher clergy, converted tens of thousands of Jews to Christianity. And those Jews who were baptized were suddenly trapped because the Catholic Church does not recognize the institution of forced conversion, at least not the 14th century. In other words, if a person was baptized, even against their will, they were nevertheless Christian. As I think we mentioned last semester, we talked about the terrible state of Edgar Mortana, who already in the 19th century was kidnapped by the church because
it's not your
many
the heart
was going to die of fever or something like that. She had him baptized because she worried about his eternal soul. And when the papacy found out, they actually and never returned to grew up as a priest and engaged even in proselytizing.
Oh, shout out to Constantine. Oh, what the fuck?
In Spain now, this massive
9 subscribers, that's really good. Those are organic though. Okay, I just said that was really good. No, but they're organic. I didn't even buy them. Yo, dog, this sucks. I bet it's just terrible. Please have recorded. Yeah, it's cool.
There's someone out there who doesn't even touch my feet. I'm completely. There's literally someone who doesn't even touch their feet. That is so fucking funny. There's literally somebody out there.